How to watch, attend, and participate, as well as agendas, minutes, and recordings, can be found on Broomfield's website at broomfield.org/council meetings. Public comment is welcome in person or through our call-in service. Instructions for calling in are available on the council meeting webpage. Public comment will be limited to 90 minutes total per item. The first 1 through 15 participants in the queue have 3 minutes to speak. The next 16 through 25 participants have 2 minutes, and if time remains, the next 26 plus participants have 1 minute to speak. For our hard of hearing residents present, we have wireless headsets available in the back of the council chambers from our AV team. The City Council regular meeting is called to order. There are 9 council members in attendance, and a quorum of the council is present. We begin this meeting by acknowledging that we gather on the ancestral and unceded lands of the Arapaho, Cheyenne, Ute, and other Native peoples. Indigenous peoples have cared for this land for generations and continue to maintain deep cultural and spiritual ties to it. As the City and County of Broomfield, we recognize the responsibility to honor this legacy and the enduring presence of Native communities. May this acknowledgement inspire action that fosters greater understanding, truth, and respect for Indigenous peoples. Will everyone please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all very much. In an effort to keep order for tonight's meeting, I ask council members to limit their comments to 5 minutes. If council members are given an opportunity to speak for a second time, they should limit their communications to 2 minutes. We'll plan on a 10-minute break at approximately 8 p.m. We'll begin with council's review and approval of this evening's agenda. Council may add or remove items from the consent agenda, or council may revise the order of business for the meeting. Does any member of the council have any comments or questions regarding this evening's agenda? Are there any objections to this agenda being approved? Seeing none, the agenda is approved. Our only item under petitions and communications this evening is a proclamation for World Tai Chi and Qigong Day 2026. Our wonderful guests came to help kick it off. Will the representatives here please come on up to accept the proclamation? And I guess if you want to go ahead and do your demonstration now, you can do
That
it.
would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon.
If I can have some of the Broomfield Tai Chi players please come up.
Thank you. I can't think of a better way to start a busy council meeting. This is just what I needed. So I will now summarize the proclamation. World Tai Chi and Qigong Day will take place on Saturday, April 25th, 2026, bringing together millions of participants in more than 80 countries for a synchronized global event promoting health, wellness, and community. Beginning in New Zealand and moving across 6 continents, people of all ages will gather in public spaces to practice Tai Chi and Qigong, ancient Chinese disciplines known for improving physical and mental well-being. Recognized worldwide and increasingly used in schools, hospitals, and other institutions, these practices highlight unity and peace. Broomfield, Colorado will join the celebration with a local event at Anthem Park, inviting residents to participate in this worldwide movement for healing and connection. Therefore, as mayor, I hereby declare and proclaim April 25th, 2026 as World Tai Chi and Qigong Day in Broomfield. Come on, y'all. Thank you. And we'll get that. So come on up, all the folks that want to get in the photo. Can we have you split it just a little bit? Hey, now.
We're getting taller.
How's that?
Thank you.
Well, thank you all.
Got it.
So next, we're moving on to council member reports. Does any member of council have any reports or updates this evening? Press your button. Mayor Pro Tem Lim.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Castriata delivered the good news in the State of the City address for the chamber on Thursday morning, February 5th. The public is invited to the State of the City address this Thursday, February 12th at 6 p.m. in the auditorium. The Wildfire Town Hall will take place on Monday, February 23rd at 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. in the auditorium. The City and County of Broomfield and North Metro Fire Rescue District will be there with a focus on wildfire emergency response, evacuations, and household preparedness. And this event will include a community Q&A to make sure questions get answered. This morning, I participated in coffee and conversations with the chamber. The chamber asks that monthly council members participate in an informal setting with their members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem Lim. Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Mayor. I just came from the Communities That Care meeting and saw a few events coming up, which I would just share. The first one is the High School Job and Resource Fair happening Thursday, March 5th, 3 to 5 p.m. at Broomfield High School. Second one is for Boomerang Parenting, they call it, Wednesday, March 11th, 5:30, the Eisenhower Room in the Broomfield Library. And then we have the Young Adult Job Fair, which is Wednesday, March 18th, 3 to 4:30 at Legacy in the cafeteria. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to be reflective tonight and thank our staff. I know Kelly Cole was here a little earlier and we had a long focus session on Saturday and just wanted to thank staff for being there on Saturday. I know that that's not always expected, but very thankful for that and for Kelly for really planning a lot of our fun as a council on Friday night to get to know each other a little bit better. And just wanted to thank our staff for really being there for us. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other council member reports or announcements? Well, 2 weeks ago, I attended the U.S. Conference of Mayors meeting in DC, along with 280 mayors from around the country. We learned about federal housing legislation, one called the Road to Housing Act, which will help eliminate barriers and produce more housing stock. In addition to increasing CDBG home and LIHTC funding, another concept is to fix the mortgage lock-in, which would be allowing more folks to downsize without losing their interest rates. This would require cooperation from lenders and congressional authority, but it's estimated that 50% more people would downsize if they were offered an equally affordable interest rate, thereby freeing up larger homes for larger families. We'll be watching that to see how it moves forward. Senator Warren is one of the bill sponsors, and she has bipartisan support for this. So I'm very hopeful. We also, the big hot topic is data centers, AI, and it's an emerging area of focus with some concern due to current water and power constraints facing most cities. Our residents rightly don't want to subsidize the power required of these data centers. And there's still very little regulatory authority or zoning, so proceeding with caution was the consensus. Climate impacts are a widespread concern as the long-term impacts are unknown with this rapidly evolving technology. So that's my report. Back to the meeting. We'll now continue with public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to comment on matters other than the items already listed on tonight's agenda. If you would like to be heard, please come to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, staff. 2 things tonight. First off, I want to thank the council and the city. I'm starting to notice other cities that are not allowing public comment anymore at the city council meetings. And it seems to be a growing trend. So I'm very glad that so far we've been able to keep this public, and I think things are going well. So that's number 1. Number 2 is a question. It appears that we may be coming to some water restrictions this summer. I guess I'd like to understand what our businesses, golf courses, public parks, et cetera, held to that same restriction and fines and all of that kind of stuff. I can't imagine the golf course can keep a perfectly green lawn if they're only able to water 2 days a week. But so I've just always kind of wondered what the status is on that.
Manager Hoffman, did you want to provide a response?
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, council and community. Yes, all are subject to our drought restrictions, and pending, all indications are that we will, it's a drought, it's a warning right now, kind of a heads up easing into it, but all indications are that we will have drought restrictions to varying degrees. The communication will be vast, but all are subject to that. And it's a much bigger issue, Mr. Kruzlers, than having brown grass.
Right, exactly. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, good evening. My name is Janella Carlson, and I am the Communication Director for the Westminster City of Broomfield Stake of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And every year we have a night that is called Teacher Appreciation Night. And this year, that night will be on March 1st, at 6 o'clock. And it is where the students, the seniors from Broomfield High School, Legacy High School, Prospect Ridge High School, and Jefferson Academy High School here in Broomfield. They honor, there's about 20 to 25 seniors, and they take 2 to 3 minutes to honor a teacher that has influenced them positively in their life. It is a beautiful night of gratitude and very rewarding to be there to watch this interaction. There, the principals of those schools come, and this year the superintendent, Chris Godowski from Adams 12-Star Schools, who is the superintendent of the year of Colorado, will be the keynote speaker, and we would love to invite you to come. It is such a beautiful evening of gratitude that gives you great optimism in the future of our nation. And I would love to invite any and all of you to come and to attend it. I have invitations here for you. And so we would like to extend this night, and I think it will be a treat for you. Thank you.
Thank you. You can hand them to Councilmember Cohen and he'll pass them down. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Evening, Mayor and council members. My name is James Zucker. I am a resident of Camden Flatirons in Ward 2. I am here tonight to formally oppose the proposed construction of townhomes on the site of the existing dog park at Camden Flatirons and ask this council to take immediate action. This dog park is not vacant land and is not merely open space, despite how it has been described in multiple submissions to the city. It is a designated community amenity that is actively used every day by hundreds of residents. Characterizing it otherwise is inaccurate and materially misleading to this council and to the public. Eliminating this amenity would cause a direct and measurable decline in residents' quality of life. This is not simply about dogs. This space functions as one of the only accessible on-site community areas in a dense residential corridor. It is where neighbors meet, where social ties are built, and where residents, many without private yards or nearby alternatives, can safely access outdoor space. Removing it will force residents onto crowded sidewalks and unsafe streets, increasing noise complaints, traffic conflicts, and strain on surrounding infrastructure. The broader issue here is planning integrity and housing equity. This council has stated that affordability matters. Councilmember Austin Ward also lives at Camden Flatirons, has publicly opposed rising rents and supported affordable housing. Yet this development directly contradicts those goals. Replacing an existing community amenity with higher-end townhomes will inevitably place upward pressure on surrounding rents through increased property valuation. That outcome is predictable and unavoidable and will affect current residents. This proposal does not preserve affordability, it undermines it. These concerns are compounded by the recent planning meeting, where more than an hour of resident opposition was later summarized as showing no pushback. That record does not reflect reality, and inaccuracies like that erode public trust and informed decision-making. I'm asking this council to take this matter up under Agenda Item 8, require immediate review and halt further advancement of this proposal until accurate factual documentation is submitted regarding the property's designated use and the loss of this amenity. I also want to be clear. Tonight represents the first step residents are prepared to take. If this issue is not meaningfully addressed, residents will pursue lawful civic remedies available under Colorado law, including sustained public engagement, attendance at future meetings in significant numbers, engagement with local media, including 9 News on your side, and if necessary, exploration of recall and electoral options available to voters in this ward. These are not outcomes residents want, but they are actions residents are prepared to take. We would prefer collaboration over escalation. That choice rests with this council. Please stand with residents, uphold transparent planning standards, and ensure the progress does not come at the expense of people who already live here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council. I'm Peter Kraus. I live in Eagle Trace North. My first thing, I just want to say thank you for your service to our city. It's really important, and I don't know that it's valued as it should be. I want to address immigration. Immigration is the lifeblood of this country, and it's been vilified. And I want to stand up and say that I think that's wrong. And I think that if we want the machinery of this country to be refreshed, renewed, invigorated, and click along, We need to be forward and protect our immigrants and protect their rights and protect due process and protect the rule of law in this country. And then thirdly, I sent forward to members of council an article written in the Denver Gazette. I want to apologize for the headline of the article because I think that if you read the headline and you don't get into the meat of the article because it's kind of a vilifying headline, you don't get to what matters, which is that our move to reduce air pollution by electrifying is laudable, and I think it's a long-term goal. There's unintended consequences if we move on it too quickly. It took us time to get to where we are now, and it's going to take us some time to get away from the use of hydrocarbons at the level that we're using them. So I just want council to be very mindful of the cost of using electricity, of the cost of building. When I go to pay rent or when I go to pay my bills, if I'm having to pay electrical bills versus using natural gas, my cost of living is going to be higher. And I know affordability, particularly given all the other things that are going on, has been really bad. And so the last thing is the water. I've lived in Broomfield my whole life. I've seen the drought cycles. We are in a drought cycle. I haven't seen one this bad since 2003. And it's going to come with water restrictions this summer, no doubt about it. There is, we have to be really mindful that weather, we haven't had a drought cycle since the snow of 2005, I believe. So it's been a 20-year, over 20 years before we've had a drought like this in the Front Range, which has been a spectacular run actually, because it usually runs on a 12-year cycle. And so we all have to be mindful of our water usage, keep it low, and pray that we have a wet March and April, get some water up in the mountains to refill those reservoirs because we're in deep doo-doo right now. Thank you, council.
Thank you.
Evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Kerry Grouse. I live in Eagle Trace. I've been in Broomfield for over 42 years. And I don't know if this is the correct time to talk about one of the action items on the agenda, but I'm referring to ordinance number 2293, which I think is getting a second reading tonight.
Yes, and that's when you would make comment on it.
So I should hold my comments until then.
Yes, please.
I will do that.
If
Thank
you're
you.
able. Thank you.
Good evening, Lois Vanderkoy, Broomfield Heights. I bring a complex background in asking you to consider legislation from a moral reasoning perspective. I know legislation will be a topic tonight. This is important as law is not neutral. Rather, it sets the rules, punishes or deprives some, and benefits and protects others. It is not a matter for black and white thinking, which misses the nuances and complexities and leads to division. When I graduated with a law degree and master's in sociology, I worked for a pilot research program involving custody mediation. The project offered mediation as an alternative to the court process, and we tracked the outcomes of each system. Mediators were trained to help divorcing parents focus on their children's best interests to prevent an enactment of their hurt, anger, and vengefulness in making their children into property to be won. I was introduced to Kohlberg's moral reasoning schema at that time, and it captures different types of reasoning, from being based solely on self-interest to learning and following rules to gain rewards and avoid punishment, and finally, to the ethics of understanding the interest and rights of all to make altruistic decisions involving justice and human rights. So at the self-interest level, we have someone like Trump who is totally transactional to gain money and power. Then we have more principled people who try to keep our Constitution going with 3 branches and the hard-won amendments protecting people who are disenfranchised through racism and sexism. And then we have those who understand the purpose of government is service. The questions asked, does this legislation harm? If so, who does it harm and who does it support? Does it support some at the expense of others? You can see with our oil and gas fight, the law supported mineral right property rights over the right to health and safety. There was a tension there, and thank goodness we got a bit more control over the situation through state legislation. So I'm asking you to consider what local control means to you, not from the legalistic sense, but from the ethical sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to be heard? Please make your way to the podium.
Good evening. My name is Connie Taylor. I grew up in Broomfield. This is my home. But because I became seriously ill, I lost my home. The new bill that's coming up that possibly keeps people from living in their cars and being able to stay in Broomfield, I understand the reasonings, but we have nowhere else to go. You chase people from county to county to county, and it just circles back and forth. I don't like being homeless. Could I choose to be not homeless? Yes. But unfortunately, too many people are in my same situation. So I realize they're starting out with RVs and stuff like that, but eventually it will get to cars. What I need you to consider when you're considering this bill is think about those people that are homeless. Think about, where are these people supposed to go? They don't want to be homeless any more than I do. And do I want to break the law by parking someplace? No, but I have to park somewhere. I have to live somewhere. I just want you to consider those factors. Thank you.
Thank you. And the time for other comments on this item will be when we get to item 7A, but that's okay. You're already halfway through. So thank you for your comments. Anyone else want to be heard? All right, anybody on the phone? All right, next under reports, staff is going to provide the council with a legislative session update. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to begin the discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. And making her way down to the podium is Danae Brouillard. She's our Director of Strategic Initiatives and Governmental Affairs.
Thank you, Manager Hoffman. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Danae Brouillard, Director of Strategic Initiatives and Governmental Affairs. And this evening, with the help of my colleague, John Whiting, who's in the back, we have prepared a brief legislative update for you this evening. Next slide. The presentation this evening will include 3 components. First, a general update on the session. Second, information on the Broomfield Bill Tracker. And then finally, a summary of legislation that staff have flagged for council's awareness. Next slide. As you recall, the session kicked off on January 14th, which is a week later than normal. And while we are only 4 weeks into the session, several key bills have already been introduced and are moving through the legislative process. Just this morning, there was an article shared that the Colorado legislative activity has seen an increase in both bill volume and complexity, and is shared by a previous resident, incredibly nuanced. This is reflected and felt with over 250 bills already introduced to date. While these bills move through the legislative process and new bills continue to be introduced, concurrently, the Joint Budget Committee, or the JBC, are also making funding decisions for the upcoming state budget via a process called figure setting. During this time, the Joint Budget Committee staff presents each department's budget request and makes recommendations to the committee. Ultimately, the committee votes on each staff recommendation, which will be used to eventually draft the long bill or the state's budget for the upcoming fiscal year. One of Broomfield's legislative principles is fiscal sustainability, as we discussed this weekend. It includes budget protection to minimize the loss or redirecting of existing revenue. Currently, there are 3 areas that staff is monitoring related to JBC hearings that we wanted to flag for you. The first is proposed cuts to local public health offices, about $3 million. There's a reduction in the Multimodal Opportunity Fund, or MMOF, which helps provide funding for different transportation options. And then third, the unknown changes to the human services related to structural changes to reduce the error rates from federal changes coming down the pike. Staff and Bowditch Castle Public Affairs, our contract lobbyists, are monitoring. We'll continue to share those updates and will advocate to protect Broomfield's existing revenue. Next slide. To help keep council and the community informed of legislation that impacts the city and county of Broomfield, and with a magnitude that monitoring or potential action may be needed, staff continues to update the 2026 Broomfield Bill Tracker. The tracker pulls real-time status updates on the actual legislation, and staff does our best to keep it updated as well with comments for council's reference. We were notified that there are some formatting issues and those are still continuing, but we are working with a vendor. So if you do open that and see a lot of white, just scroll, the bills are there, but it's a little cumbersome. No, we are working to get that resolved and hope to have a resolution soon. Next slide. All right, now we'll dive into the specific legislation for council's awareness, and we'll start with local control related legislation. Next slide. All right, our first bill this evening is House Bill 1001, Housing Developments on Qualifying Property, which is also known as the HOME Act. The goal of this bill is to increase affordable housing stock by allowing residential development on properties owned by nonprofits. This bill removes local decision-making authority, impacting a community's ability to follow their plans, such as the comprehensive plan that we discussed at the focus session. It also eliminates the community engagement process. The bill will create an unfunded mandate on Broomfield, as we will need staff capacity and resources to update our Broomfield Municipal Code if this were to be passed. The bill has already moved through the first chamber and is not currently scheduled for the Senate. There were a few amendments in the first chamber, but they were minor clarifications to definitions, nothing that changed the content of the bill. Yesterday, staff met with Representative Bason-Ecker, the sponsor of the bill, staff from the governor's team, and Broomfield staff to share technical concerns that we identified at the request of the bill sponsor after we provided comments at the House hearing last week. They were receptive to the feedback, and staff made it clear that in the conversation that Broomfield does not have a position on this bill and that it would be before all of you this evening. As you can see on the screen, Colorado Counties, Inc., Colorado Municipal League, and the Metro Mayor's Caucus are all in opposition. Colorado Counties acting together did take an amend position. Next slide. Another bill that was introduced that is concerning from a local control issue is House Bill 1114, allowed minimum lot size for jurisdictions. It's scheduled for its first committee hearing on February 18th before the House Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee, which is important because Representative Wen, our representative, is on that committee. It's another bill that attempts to address affordable housing stock. Specifically, it encourages higher density in residential areas and limits the local government's ability to control or direct development beginning October 1st, 2031. If this bill passes, not only does it preempt local control and create an unfunded mandate for Broomfield, we also lose our ability to plan for and anticipate infrastructure impacts due to increasing densities. While staff is not recommending a position this evening, staff does not see a path forward for this bill. Next slide. Staff additionally wanted to flag Senate Bill 24, which is related to drones. This is scheduled before the Senate Local Government and Housing Committee next Thursday, February 19th. And the reason we wanted to flag that is Senator Lindstedt is on that committee and has reached out for Broomfield-specific feedback on this bill. There's been a lot of conversation and where the authority lies because it includes the federal government as well. So is it federal, is it state, or is it local? And there are many interpretations. In working with Attorney Rogers, we do believe it is a matter of local control where and when drones can land. And while the bill may provide clarity, it removes local decision-making as it states that drones on land is a matter of statewide concern. If council believes this is a matter of local control, opposition of the bill would be appropriate. Next slide. Prop 123 updates, you can go ahead and click one more. This one, Senate Bill 40, we've discussed this one for quite a while. This is the home ownership portion of Prop 123. We came to council back in October of 2025, asking to work to increase the front end ratio from 35 to 45%. And the reason for that is we've had a hard time distributing the funds. We've distributed 4 awards in this program, and all 4 received a waiver to increase that front end ratio because we couldn't meet the 35%. And that's largely due to the high housing costs in Broomfield. We have proposed this. I can tell you that we are running into more opposition of that idea than we anticipated. So if council desires staff to continue to spend time in this space to advocate for this amendment, it would be appropriate for council to take that formal amend position this evening. And I do just want to note it will take more time than we originally anticipated to be effective in getting this into the bill. Next slide. Additionally, just wanted to flag some other Prop 123 conversations that are happening. We met with DOLA and Representative Basenecker and the administration on this as well. They're changing the baseline for how they calculate. So right now in the first 3 years, it was a 9% commitment. And that is, other communities are struggling with that commitment. Broomfield did not struggle, but they're trying to come up with a new baseline moving forward. And the baseline that is being proposed is not beneficial to Broomfield. And so we're trying to figure out a way to work within that with DOLA to see if there is a path forward. There's not a formal bill to share with you all. There's just concepts. You've heard them through your membership organizations. Once we have a formal bill, we will share that with you all and may need a position at that time. Next slide. One more. On public safety related legislation, we wanted to flag Senate Bill 70, ban government access historical location information database, as this has been brought up by council members in previous settings. Senate Bill 70 is often referred to as the flock bill. After reading the bill, I want to say it's much broader than that. The bill prohibits local governments from accessing important databases that reveal an individual or vehicle's historical information, as well as prohibits local governments from sharing that information. Broomfield, specifically our police department, is committed to protecting privacy. When this information is needed to solve crimes and keep our community safe, it is important that we can access this information. If passed, the bill mandates short data retention periods, 4 days, that would result in the loss of critical evidence. Eliminating that evidence would significantly hinder investigations, particularly since victims often report incidents late and meaningful leads and patterns require time to emerge. The statewide sheriff and chief of police organizations are in opposition, as is Chief Hempelman. Next slide. This is the last bill, and this is just as a heads up as you might hear about it more. It's 1076, Transportation Statutory Cleanup. It is a cleanup bill, but it specifically calls out Broomfield. For you all that have been a part of these conversations, you know that Broomfield's representation has been split between 2 districts for CDOT representation, District 4 and District 2, which is a little ambiguous. And this bill cleans that up, putting Broomfield fully in District 4 to remove that ambiguity. Next slide. Now that we've covered the legislation for tonight's update, we have provided a list, as you can see on the screen. It would be appropriate for council to take formal positions on any bills covered if desired. Recognizing that this is the first legislative update of this session with formal bills for council's consideration, we thought a quick reminder of the process may be helpful. If council desires to take a formal position on any of the bills on the screen, a motion should be made stating the desired position. A second and a vote of a 2/3 majority is required at this time. That concludes the staff presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brouillard. We will now proceed with public comments on these legislative items. If anyone would like to be heard, please make your way to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Sandy Anderson. Hi, guys. It's been a couple of weeks and I missed you all. Bonaire was lovely, though, by the way. And this is more than a question than a statement. What does the RTD transit portion of the housing mean? It's ambiguous to me.
We're not discussing RTD.
Well, no, on the housing where it says the qualified organizations for that legislation, it has an RTD statement, and I've read the bill a couple of times, so possibly I'm not understanding something.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, Ms. Brouillard, thank you.
So in the current language of the bill, where they define what nonprofit qualifies for eligible to build the properties, transit areas are considered within that eligible list. So for example, down in Lone Tree, I think is the example I want to think of, but down south, they own property that they could turn into residential.
Thank you.
Good day, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council and staff, Jesse Applegate, Country Estates. I'm here to speak on my opposition to my hope that we will oppose Senate Bill O24, the one regarding UAVs and other unmanned aerial vehicles. The technology is not fully understood yet. We don't know where it's going. We don't quite know what it's doing yet. I would hesitate to put any sort of legislation quite into control yet. At this time, I would also ask that we support Senate Bill 070 or 070, the one restricting government access to, I believe it's certain surveillance systems. We are dealing with a severe amount of trouble in terms of our right to privacy. I think that we should take any sort of stance we can to ensure that our people have privacy, whatever we can do by. Thank you.
Thank you.
Roxy Jewel Lockmore. I just want to make just a statement. I don't want nobody saying nothing about my statement either. I feel for Broomfield that our lobbyists should only be looking at things that affect CCOB. That means that when they're at the state level, they should be taking care of us. I'm a taxpayer. This is why I'm saying this. And if for some reason somebody's at the federal level, if it doesn't pertain directly to CCOB, things should not be said to make it look like we're going to make big changes or something. But we need to keep it within our own city and county of Broomfield. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? All right. Anybody on the phone? Thank you. Questions and comments from council are next. Does any member of council have any questions? Comments? Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. Just mainly questions on 1001, the Home Act. And, you know, the mayor and I testified in opposition of this because of home rule. We're really tired of the state telling us how and where to develop and then excluding people's voices locally. And that's our job. I know that I had mentioned some proposals and amendments. I know that you had met with Rep. Basenecker. And so what are they amenable, do you think, as far as amendments come? Because I had mentioned the two things that really concern me out of the four that you had written about. I mean, obviously the preemption, I'm kind of over that right now. And then the second thing was they could develop in industrial zones. And then the last one that really bothers me too is that they're actually not asking for solvency in our nonprofits. And we have a spot already at Discovery Christian Church that I remember approving and advocating for. So I'm wondering what sort of, and that hasn't come to fruition. So they kept saying Habitat for Humanity, and I love Habitat for Humanity, but this particular job, we just didn't have enough money to move forward with it. So I feel like we're answering a problem that's happening in Fort Collins and not everywhere else. So what sort of amendments was he amenable to?
Thank you, Councilmember Hinkle. For the conversation, we decided not to address the panel. There were clear items that Representative Basenecker said he was not negotiable on. So we took the approach of focusing on where the negotiables were. There were two items. One was the mention that you had about the industrial zoning. So we brought up the health and safety of our residents and where they live and the importance of making sure that there are zoning exemptions in the bill or the ability of the local government to make that decision to protect the health and safety of our residents and the environment. So that was one of the items that we discussed with him. And then the second one was around the affordability. As you know, the bill doesn't necessarily address that. And so concerns around loopholes that could exist where, you know, maybe the property is owned by a nonprofit now and then exchanges hands. And how does the bill address that? And they were both things he was interested in discussing more.
Okay. So he is interested in addressing the fact that there was no affordability requirements. So now is saying yes. Is that what you're saying?
I think he was very open to the feedback, and in approaching it, our approach was different, I think, than putting a definition of affordability. We tried to address it through other pieces of the legislation.
Yeah, because I remember them pushing back saying each place could put their own affordability on there, but you don't really trust what, you know, we have our own affordability requirements here. Not everyone has that. Also, one more question. They did mention because I think they were pushing back, some people were pushing back on the fact that, um, so, like housing boards and our HBA is really good. Our Broomfield Housing Alliance, sorry, BHA, has been good as far as like building affordable housing, but not every housing alliance or entity like that is always going to build affordable housing. So did they address that with like organizations like BHA?
Thank you, Councilmember Hinkle. That was an item we didn't discuss during our time.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to continue with just two questions related to House Bill 1001. The first one being around the industrial kind of concern, industrial zoning concern we have. Does the bill, and I apologize if I didn't catch that in the language, delineate between different types of industrial zoning? And I ask that because this council has approved Vista Point, which is next to an industrial neighborhood. But it's very, I would consider light industrial, and it's not heavy machinery, it's not heavy manufacturing, it's not any of that. And so I'm just curious if they delineate between different types of industrial.
Let me pull that up real quick. And I'm looking at Anna. I do not believe that they do right now in the current bill because they don't address the different zoning. So as the bill is currently written, they do not.
Okay. I'd be interested to see if Rep. Basenek would be amenable to that. My next question is related to the administrative review process and approvals. So here in Broomfield, we have a policy where if we approve a development and 3 years down the road, they still haven't pulled permits, substantial building permits, council has the authority to revoke the approval. Is that something that would exist necessarily with administrative approval in this bill, allowing if, let's say, like Councilmember Hinkle has said, where there's a church property that years down the road hasn't built, can we administratively revoke the approval and say, you have to go back through because times have changed, we need to review this approval?
Had that conversation, Councilmember Ward, and I'm going to ask Deputy City and County Manager Burton Zeddy to come up to speak a little more on the specifics.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward, Anna Burton Zeddy, Deputy City and County Manager. We had a very similar conversation earlier this week regarding that concern that once permits are issued through an administrative process, there's not much that the city can do to claw back that approval or to change the approval, because through this administrative approval, what it's really going through is getting the building permits. What you're discussing is more of the site plan level approvals that are not through an administrative process, but through that public hearing process that we go through. And you're right, we have a 3-year timeframe. And if permits are not obtained for the buildings within that time, the city council has the authority to consider revoking that site plan. So I think that's exactly the type of thing that we wanted to bring up with the drafters, was that concern that that we have in terms of when those approvals happen, what's the next step? How do we guarantee that the parties that move forward with the housing really do build that hopefully attainable housing on these properties?
Okay. When you had those conversations with the bill drafters, did they seem interested in amending the language to allow kind of a clawback for administrative approval?
I will say that they seemed open to considering some additional amendments, or at least open to further discussions, I should say, regarding both specifically the industrial, as well as trying to address that insurance that there would be affordable housing, which is also getting to what you're talking about.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on now to House Bill 1114. And this really is a question for staff. We have already reduced kind of the minimum lot size in our code. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is our current minimum lot size now?
Ms. Burton Zeddy?
Thank you again. So Broomfield did change some of the minimum lot sizes for the districts that are medium density or higher. We did not make any changes to the single-family residential districts, which remain at about probably between 6,500 to 9,000 square feet for the typical residential areas. R1 district is 7,000 square feet, for example. But you're correct that we did reduce the sizes for the districts that allowed more of a medium density, so targeted more at detached and attached townhome style development.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Ms. Bertanzetti, what is the lot size?
The proposed lot size in the legislation is 2,000 square feet, which is what we would consider more of a townhome or attached single-family lot size. And the bill would require that to be permissible in all districts within Broomfield that allowed single-family residential use.
All right, thank you. Next is Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a couple of quick questions on the drone law that I'm not real familiar with, but I can understand the drone industry probably does not want 64 to 100 different rules in each locale, in each community, and would rather have one rule, which I assume is their desire here to prevent that from happening. Do you know what the state presently, how it presently regulates drone operators? And I just mention that because there are some local community rules. For instance, Telluride has specific rules about harassing wildlife. Some others have, you can't fly over city public property, and variations to that degree.
Councilmember Cohen, I'm looking at City and County Attorney Rogers for that question.
Thank you, Councilmember Cohen. And I'll admit, I'm not 100% sure on this answer, but I don't believe the state does regulate drones at this time. It is a lot of local regulation. The thing with drones is that the moment they go into the air, it's an FAA matter. So regulation is limited even for the states. It's preempted by federal law. I'm much more familiar with, like you were talking about, some of the local regulations that you mentioned. But I don't believe, and I'll confirm that before we're done this evening, that the state's in this space yet.
So there's no prohibit law against, can't say the word, some past cases where people are using drones to peep or to fly over people's private properties or things of that nature.
At the state?
There's no state law against harassment with the drone.
You can be charged with harassment even if you're using a drone as that. I mean, if that's your tool for harassing or peeping, the criminal laws apply.
Okay, so at the state level, the only thing is you're required to get registered with the FAA. And then there's various communities have their own rules. Okay, thank you.
That all, Councilmember? Okay, thank you. Councilmember Delgadillo.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to follow up on how much of Broomfield is zoned R1?
Councilmember Delgadillo, I might need to follow up with you to get exact percentages, but a large portion of Broomfield, as you drive through the community, is single-family residential development. Although a lot of our new developments that are coming in are higher densities, the neighborhoods that we're surrounded by, Highlands, First Filing, Broadlands, those are all what would be compatible to an R1 district. If they're not already zoned R1, they're usually in what we call a planned unit development district that cross-references or is most similar to an R1 district. R1 just means single-family residential is the primary use for that district.
Okay. Say more about that distinction, the PUD that acts as an R1, because like I look at, say, Skystone, and a lot of Skystone is zoned as PUD, right?
Yes,
Even
yes.
though you would look at it and it seems like a very traditional kind of single-family area. So say more about that.
And this was one of the areas where our staff has identified with this bill will be very challenging in terms of administration and needing to modify all of the existing zonings that are in place. Most of Broomfield is zoned planned unit development district. We have so much custom zoning. Most of the time with a PUD, what was done in the past was that as it was going through the process, they would do a comparison to the most similar Euclidean zoning that's in our code. So that's the R1 or R3, which would be medium density, or R5, higher density. So most of Brimfield is PUD R1, similar to R1.
Okay, that makes sense. So I want to make sure I have my mental model correct. So PUD and Skystone, it would basically be viewed as R1 versus PUD in other parts of Ward 2. I think about Arista, that could potentially be R3, R5, that sort of thing.
I think that's a good comparison. The challenge here would be that under this legislation, most of Brimfield would allow a higher density than there is today, probably about 3 times or more dense.
Okay, and that is because it is PUD.
Because there is a single residential use allowed in most of the areas that are developed for residential in Broomfield. So under this legislation, if single-family residential is an allowed use, the minimum lot size automatically becomes 2,000 square feet.
And right now with our minimum lot size, our new rules for that here in Broomfield, that also applies to anything zoned as PUD, or how does that interact with PUD?
Under the legislation, it would be blind to the zoning. So regardless of what the zoning is locally, it would apply as long as single family was an allowed use. So Broomfield would have to determine whether we would go through and amend all of the PUD districts individually, which would be very administratively cumbersome, or do some type of change that would somehow modify them as a whole, that it becomes 2,000 square feet if compliance was sought.
And then I apologize if my question wasn't clear or you gave me the answer and it's just not quite computing. The PUD, so right now with our new minimum lot sizes, how does that, Broomfield's own rules, how does that interact with PUD right now?
So with the new minimum lot sizes that were changed in 2025, that was for the R3 and R5 districts. Specifically, we did not make any changes to existing planned unit developments.
Okay, great. Thank you for jogging my memory. Those are my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm new up here and this is my first time going through the legislative cycle. So a question came to mind that might be as well on our residents' minds that I wanted, I was hoping that you could speak to, Ms. Brouillard. So if we were to, for example, take a position on, so Senate Bill 26070, that we were to oppose that as a council, like if we were to do that, how does that come into play with the fact that our police department is supporting this bill, like in terms of how we reconcile that?
Oh, thank you, Councilmember Braun. To be clear, Chief Hempelman is in an opposed position. So if council took an opposed position, they would be aligned.
I meant to flip
If
it.
it was
I meant to
flipped,
flip it.
that she would advocate through her membership organizations, and we would do all of the next steps that are outlined in council's rules and procedures if council took that formal position of oppose, or the opposite of.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Brown, we had a similar circumstance that occurred last year during legislation where council didn't take a position. It was on the prone bill. And it was determined at that point, similar to council taking individual positions, but making it clear that it's individual positions. The chief was also in opposition. Council didn't take a position, but council authorized myself and our police chief to speak in opposition on that particular bill. So there's been a precedence. Thank you to Mayor Castriota that allowed that to happen last year.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. There's a lot of stuff up at this on the dais right now. Okay, I have a question also on the same bill, and just curious, are the bill sponsors open to considering all of the things that are being lost? Because I'm thinking, I know there is a lot of angst around the sharing of data, but it's also, I was just like, looking this up right now. It's used for missing person investigations, Amber Alerts, human trafficking cases, vehicle-related crimes, and homicide or violent crime investigations. And so are they thinking about all of this data that's going to be lost and that communication? I mean, is there a thought to put a guardrail to prevent this accessing the data for not the right purposes and yet keeping all of these pieces intact, which are critical?
Thank you, Councilmember Anderson. There was a stakeholder meeting held on this, and it's my understanding from the bill sponsors that they're not agreeable to amendments at this time to address those concerns.
And you might not be able to answer this question, but what would that look like if this bill passed and we lost that access to data? Then the investigation of these types of crimes would be significantly. Do we know how impactful that would be?
So the items that I mentioned in my presentation were provided by Chief Hempelman. The loss of the data is deleted after 4 days, so it would make it very difficult. The data would be deleted. It would expedite the timelines, and there's many challenges that come with the work that they do daily.
Okay.
So a pretty serious magnitude.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other first round questions from council? I do have a couple of questions. Let's start with HB 26-1001. When you spoke with the sponsors, was there any give on the administrative approval requirement?
Thank you, Mayor Castriata. We did not discuss that item during our meeting.
Well, for those who don't understand what administrative approval is, we as a home rule municipality, we hold hearings on all land use decisions that include a public process and an ability to be heard, especially if it's impacting your neighborhood. We've seen people come out in mass or not at all, depending on the project. So what this bill is going to require is that land use decisions will be approved administratively. They will not come before council, meaning they will not have a public hearing, and the public will not be able to make comment. Your feedback will be silenced. And so that is one of the points of contention for me in this bill, because I believe in the public process. I believe everyone's voice matters, and that giving certain exceptions to some property owners is picking winners and losers. It's not fair. I think everybody should have to abide by the same process, and cutting out the public is a big red flag for me. It takes away your voice. So I am in opposition to this bill. This is just one of a slew of bills that have been coming through the legislature the last 3 years that are preempting our authority to plan. We're already trying to come into compliance with legislative mandates from last year, including Prop 123 to expedite for eligible inclusionary housing, wireless facilities, required timelines, EV charging, permitted use, and HB 13, the TOC bill, which is going to require us to rezone multiple parcels to come into compliance. So this adds to our workload, it adds to our resources. And so another thing that I see happening over the past few years is a slow erosion of our local decision-making. They're taking less out of our hands and putting it into the state's hands. Home rule was created because land use decisions need to be made closest to the people where we live. That is our authority. It's in the Colorado Constitution. So we'll see how it goes. I'm on a soapbox right now, but there are several cities that are suing the state to test this out because home rule authority is constitutionally protected. And when we get preempted with land use decisions, some believe that this goes against the Constitution. We'll see how it plays out in court, but it keeps happening. There's more and more. Now they want to do more. And so I am opposed because of cutting out the public process and taking away the local decision-making from those who have been elected to make those decisions. We live here. We're accountable. We deal with the aftermath if something goes wrong or something substandard is built. We have to hear the complaints for 30 years. So I believe that you have a voice, we have a voice, and that we need to protect that voice. Thank you. Also in 1114, I might want to propose that we oppose that one, but we'll wait till everybody gets their comments in. Councilmember Henkel?
Thank you. I was just trying to look at that last bill you were talking about, but I'll look that up later. I just have, I think that I would like to have eventually a study session done on how, and maybe we need to do some sort of executive session too on what kind of liability that we have with data sharing. I'm hearing that, in the case of perhaps, there's data sharing amongst, police entities, even out of state. I would like to understand who we're sharing our data with. Another county had alarms when they were looking through and investigating the way that they share their data. There has been some instances where people out of state in law enforcement can access the data here in Colorado. That's very scary to me, is particularly if there's like a person in law enforcement and they have an ex-girlfriend they're trying to stalk and they're using this database sharing to do so. That's very scary to me. However, I do know that we use these cameras as well to solve crimes. The lady who was murdered and killed by a rock in Jefferson County, the only way that we knew who that was through flock cameras. So we know their validity, but we also don't want that data to be abused. So I'm just curious, and I don't know if we can share this or how this works, because we haven't really had a good discussion, I don't think, on how Broomfield shares our data or not. But is our data available for other law enforcement agencies, and who do we share our data with?
I'm going to take a shot at that. Our chief is listening, and that's why I continue to look at my phone. And the decision was made that we didn't want to litigate it tonight, and that's why she isn't here. And that was my call. So when we contract with the third party, you can put parameters that are not subjective, but are very clear about under what circumstances you can access the information, the duration you can access it, who can access it, and under the length of time. So cross boundaries is the most recent kidnapping is an excellent example. So it's the speed with which you can access this information. So the concerns are valid. I think the first question, it's not just the trade-off. It's being couched right now that it is a flock bill, when in fact it is not. So to your point, Councilmember Hinkle, indicating what our standard operating procedures are, what that contract looks like with Flock, and less subjectivity about how you solve these crimes. So what we don't want to do is turn it into, it's a trade-off. You're either going to subject people to a higher level of, trying to be very thoughtful with my words right now. We don't see it as a trade-off between security and solving crimes. We believe that there is a way to approach it. We think we've done an excellent job doing just that. Time is of the essence when these crimes are committed. We're not tracking an individual, we're tracking vehicles. So again, it's not face recognition. It's not over a period of time. It's really the following the crumbs. So providing the community and council with those SOPs is a great idea.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this is going to be a wider discussion, I think, in the future. I think that's all I have right now. Are we going to be, I guess Councilmember Cohen has a question, and then I will likely oppose unless amended on HB 26-1001. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Cohen.
I'll try and form it as a question, but I did ask.
I didn't ask questions.
I know I was we're not on Jeopardy, so it's okay. But I did ask the chief and the manager last fall for what policy we were going to be using. I don't believe flock is in used, it's coming, it's not in effect yet, right, in Broomfield this month, later?
It is.
So I do have an email that the chief provided that talked about the standard operating procedure for implementing flock in Broomfield. So if I can real quickly read through it.
Please.
The department will not permit the sharing of license plate reader, LPR, gathered from the flock system for federal immigration enforcement. Immigration, Customs Enforcement, ICE, and Customs and Border Patrol, CBP, will not have access to Broomfield's cameras. Broomfield has mandated that all officers using the system be required to input a specific reason for their search and a case or incident number to ensure that the system is being accessed only for official law enforcement purposes. Monthly audits will be conducted to verify the system is being used within policy, and the investigation decision commander will be responsible for ensuring proper use. 2 more points. The data that is collected by Flock is only retained for 30 days and is then deleted, removing accessibility by all law enforcement Flock users. And Broomfield, the final point, has mandated that Flock enable two-factor authentication to ensure security and verification through user credentials. I guess my one question is, I think what you may have addressed, that one advantage to Flock is that we can immediately access it.
Correct.
Whereas you may be aware of the terrible case of the Krug murder. And I think in the case of the Guthrie kidnapping, where just today we saw the perpetrator of the Guthrie kidnapping, because it took a week to get that image back from the tech company. And the same in the Krug murder, it took weeks to get the kind of data that would have saved her life, probably. So I think that's the one of the compelling cases, not taking the concerns aside, but one of the compelling reasons for the Flock system. And you can say, yes, I agree.
Yes, I agree. And we have a dozen examples of just that had we not had access interjurisdictional data between PDs, criminals don't know what our boundaries are, but the interrelationship between being able to immediately communicate helps solve, again, over a dozen, and not low level, but really significant, substantial crimes.
Yes, I'm out of time, or I could read those, but maybe later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. All right, so if a council member desires to take a position on any of the bills discussed, now's the time to do so. Your motion language would be, I move that council take a support, oppose, amend position on bill number, fill in the blank. Does any council member want to make a motion to take a formal position on a piece of legislation as outlined on the screen? Do you want to put the screen back up, please?
Mayor, before we start taking motions, can I answer that drone question? Just to
Absolutely,
circle
Ms.
back
Roger.
on that. Councilmember Cohen, the state in 2017 passed a law to study the use of drones in emergency services and law enforcement. And then they regulate, very similar to Broomfield, they regulate the use of drones over their own parks, so over state parks. But this would be the first statewide drone law that would apply to local governments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. All right, so Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to oppose unless amended. Can we write that for HB 26-1001?
Can make the motion.
I just did.
Okay. Is there a second? Councilmember Cohen.
Second.
Thank you. So Councilmember Henkel has made a motion and there's a second by Councilmember Cohen. Is there any discussion? Is that a discussion button?
Well, it's still up there. I could discuss it. I just want some amendments on there. The amendments that our staff has proposed is good. And of course, I always want the preemption taken away.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I'm interested to see where the conversation with some of the amendments you think the bill sponsor is amenable to goes, and see also where our state senator falls with some of those amendments, knowing that this bill has already gone through the House committee. So at this point in time, I favor just a straight amend position instead of oppose unless amend. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Does that count as a counter motion? Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, I appreciate you. All right, so any other discussion? Councilmember Anderson.
Okay, I think it would be super helpful right now if Ms. Brilliard could give just a quick high-level overview of amend oppose unless amended and support unless amended and this, like, the benefits of those to the council? Have we gone over this yet? Like, what would be the benefit of a,
Well, there's new people, so it would.
Yeah.
It would benefit.
just in general, is there benefits to one over another in trying to move a bill sponsored to approve the amendments?
Councilmember
Or is
Anderson,
it-
I'll do my best to answer, and I'm looking at Manager Hoffman as well. An oppose unless amended position means that staff will engage with the bill sponsors to actively work on those amendments. If we're in if council gives the direction of a full opposed position, then that just triggers the communication that we oppose it and here's why, and it removes that back and forth of working on the amendments. So that's the difference between that amend, whether it has the oppose or support, subjective to it, or the full support or opposed positions. It means, yeah, when there's the amend in there, it means that staff is working to actively amend the legislation. Yeah.
Councilmember Cohen?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to briefly speak in favor of this and how important it is to my colleagues that we have a 2/3 majority to support this. This bill isn't aimed at Broomfield. We already do a lot of things right, and I really couldn't add much to what the mayor said tonight. She covers it really well, and the fact that this just takes away local control, takes away what Broomfield is already doing and imposes a mandate. And I think the best example tonight is the gentleman here tonight talking about a dog park. If this law passes, gentlemen, you can't talk. You won't get that say, and we won't hear your input. So that's why this bill it's important that this bill is defeated, and I think it's important that this council has a 2/3 majority at least to oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All right, we'll move forward on the vote to oppose unless amended House Bill 1001. 26. Go ahead and cast your vote, council. All council members have entered their vote and the results will be displayed on the screen. That passes 7-2. So we will be taking an oppose unless amended position. Any other bills anyone want to propose? Okay, I will. Oh, sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Lim. I went too fast.
Thank you. I would like to propose that council support the amend position for SB 2640 Affordable Home Ownership Program. Staff described the amend position that staff has consistently been discussing with proponents of this bill, that it would greatly benefit Broomfield if the down payment assistance program, if the front end debt to income ratio, referred to as the FER, if it were 45% instead of 35%. So this would in particular address some of our middle housing gaps in Broomfield. And we have a program to do so that would be enhanced with this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. You need a second? Councilmember Anderson.
Second?
Thank you. Any discussion? All right, so Mayor Pro Tem Lim has made a motion to amend, what's the bill number?
SB 26040.
Thank you. That one, Affordable Home Ownership Program. There's no discussion. We'll go ahead and vote on the amend motion once the screen is ready. What? Oh, yeah, it is. Council, cast your vote. We haven't done these legislative things in a while either. I think I'm rusty. Okay, now it's there. Council, go ahead and cast your vote. All council members have entered their vote and the results will be displayed on the screen. That passes unanimously 9-0. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Lim. Any other bills folks want to propose? We have to wait for the screen. There. Else, I see Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I would like to recommend that we oppose SB 26070, the ban on government access to historical location information database.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Henkel, second. We have a motion and a second to oppose that one, Senate Bill 26024, state and local unmanned, no, wait, I'm sorry, I am in the wrong one. Which one is it? Oh, it's 070, Senate Bill 26070. Oh, it's blurry. Any discussion first? Discussion? Okay, now we have Councilmember Delgadillo. Sorry, it's clunky. It's my fault.
No, it's all, you're doing great, Mayor. I think this one's really complicated. I would support an amend position, and I realize that this is a very, very complex issue, so I want to acknowledge that. I think there are some of the changes I would like to see. I would like us to kind of put more onus on the tech companies that are existing within this space. I think there's a way to keep data, have it strictly encrypted, and have it be so that it's not super accessible, but someone with a technical know-how, someone on call could still very quickly respond to a request for that data. So that way it is still accessible. You still have a long, long history of that data, but it could not be misused for potentially, those really scary situations where you have a bad actor. So I do think that there's a lot we could do to lessen a little bit of the tricky stuff that the local governments would have to deal with, and actually put more of the onus on the companies who want to do business here, who want to earn our business, and making sure that they're protecting their consumers and protecting the data that is there. So I'll be an amend, but I understand this one's very complicated. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you. While I can appreciate that this bill is not perfect, I personally support it. I have spent my career in data security and working data breaches. So I just want to point out the fact that as much as 50% of the data breaches experienced currently are the result of vendor failures. We cannot trust vendors to keep our data safe. And once data is captured, it can't exist forever. It doesn't matter if you have the best records retention policy ever, it can still happen. So I know that there are benefits from capturing individual information that shows the location of individuals or their vehicles and solving crimes. Fully appreciate that is good in the age that we live in. But I ultimately feel like residents should not feel that they give up their privacy simply by leaving their house in our community. So I will not back this one.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Henkel.
I actually agree with Councilmember Delgadillo and Councilmember Brown. The issue is though with this particular bill, and I did give feedback with amendments, and they basically told me, because I was along the same lines, once that data is out there, it's very hard to get back. And then I had concerns. I talked about data, are we following, children on these? And so I sent it to the bill sponsor, and they basically told me that this is a very narrow scope. And this is not a bill to regulate the vendors, but I agree with you, Councilmember Brown and Councilmember Delgadillo. I feel like the industry has to be regulated. I even think at a federal level, but I don't think that the scope of this bill is intended for that, but I would love to explore further options on just regulating the entire industry in general. This particular one, I just worry that if it's going to put our police in a position where they're only keeping the data for a short amount of time and it prohibits them from doing their job, I do have concerns about that. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
I'm going to, I guess, speak in the double negative to oppose the opposition and support the bill. And hopefully my daughter's not listening because she would be voting with you. Very opposed to Flock. And I understand her opposition comes from her worldview as a federal government that doesn't follow the law and doesn't follow the Constitution, and I can understand her fears. But I think we live in a society where we are giving up our data left and right every day on Facebook and social media. everywhere we go, we're surveilled. If I get in my garage, I'm surveilled. When I walk up my elevator in my office, I'm surveilled. When I'm in the grocery store, I'm surveilled. And in this case, Flock is collecting, for the most part, car tags. And I think we're trying to I think some perhaps are overestimating the potential threat of having a car tag traced or followed and then kept for 30 days against the really good that can come out of it, which is your public safety. And I'll read the 8 reasons that I promised earlier that the mayor or the chief provided as how Flock has been useful to Broomfield Police specifically. Identifying the location of a suspect in their vehicle in a kidnapping case here, locating a missing person, solving a residential burglary where Ring doorbell footage helped identify a suspect vehicle that was then cross-referenced with Flock data to confirm presence near the scene, leading to an arrest. Identifying several suspects involved in a large organized burglary crime ring who are known to wear face masks and gloves. Identifying a vehicle used in a strong arm robbery. Identification of a suspect who is connected to 80 burglaries throughout the metro area. And finally, provided investigative support in a homicide case that contributed to a successful conviction. I think we can improve it, obviously. There's always going to be problems, and I've lived through a cyber attack where I previously worked where we lost everything. So I understand where Councilmember Brown is coming from. But I think in this case, the good that it can provide for public safety outweighs potential concerns that I think can be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? I think I share that concern. I mean, we're fortunate to live in Broomfield and to be the benefit of being one of the safest, if not the safest community in the Denver metro area. That is because we invest a lot in public safety. And my concern lies in our local public safety. And anything that will hamstring our officers from protecting our safety gives me pause. And hearing that from our chief and our city and county manager, I believe that we need to protect the tools that we have to continue to be the safest city that we all enjoy. So with that, we have a motion to oppose from Councilmember Anderson and a second from Councilmember Henkel. So council, please cast your vote on this motion electronically.
Sorry, I was just gonna ask for a clarification on the, I really feel we do need to be in that opposed position. Is there, another question for Ms. Billiard, in the conversations, is there a path forward on the amend? If we went to an amend position, are we seeing the ability to get to a place where, where this would be acceptable to our chief and our police department and others that are working on the crimes, or is that futile?
Thank you, Councilmember Anderson. Based on conversations with the bill sponsors, amending does not seem like a route forward.
Okay, then I'll stick. Yeah, then we'll stick
Right,
with the.
we were in mid-vote.
Sorry, thank you.
Let's continue voting. Council members, please cast your vote electronically. Still waiting on a couple. Councilmember Anderson? Thank you. It's your motion. All council members have entered their vote, and that fails 4-5. All right. Well, are there any other motions related to legislation? I'll make a motion then to take an opposed position on HB 26-1114, allowed minimum lot size for subject jurisdiction, because is again preempting our local decision making, telling us how we're going to plan our communities, which I think we've done a pretty good job as the #1 place to live out west, according to livability. So as I like to tell the governor, great cities don't happen by accident. They happen with citizen input and planning. And we would like to retain the ability to plan our communities without being forced to do things, regardless of our infrastructure availability, regardless of our water resources. We need to decide those things for what's best for our community. So on that, I oppose 1114. Is there a second? Can I do that? Can I make a motion?
Yes, Mayor, you are allowed to make motions.
Oh, okay, good. I don't get to vote, so it's weird. Is there a second? Councilmember Cohen.
Second.
All right, thank you. Is there any discussion? All right, then, Councilmember, please go ahead and enter your vote. All council members have entered their vote and the results will be displayed on the screen. That passes 6-3. Since we only have 9 council members, it is a 2/3 majority of the council members that we have. Thank you all. We'll
Mayor,
take
point of order.
Yes.
My understanding of the rules is it's all members of council regardless of the number present.
We only
Ms.
have
Rogers,
9
is that
council
present?
members. We only have 9. So a
But I want Mayor, Ms.
So you want Nancy's answer, okay. We're a 9-person council right now.
So the rules say 2/3 majority of the members of the entire council may direct a position of support or opposition. I do agree with the mayor that the entire council at this point is 9 people. This is different than if we had somebody absent for the evening.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that was clarified.
Thank you, Councilmember Ward. It's a good question because we have different ways that we reference entire council. So I appreciate that, especially when we're dealing with a vacancy.
Well, I knew that from the State Board of Health because we've been vacant, we've had 3 vacancies, so our quorum was really small based on the number of members that you actually have. So thank you for the clarification. Are there any other motions related to legislation? All right, Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to see if I get a second, but I think we should oppose the 024 on the, basically a home rule decision on the state banning local ruling on drones. I think we should retain local control.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Anderson? Thank you. Is there any discussion?
I guess I could
You
speak
can
quickly
discuss.
to it. I think everything we said about home rule plus, the fact is that just looking at some of the communities that have already acted on drones, they've banned flying over trails, Telluride. It's illegal to fly a drone in a way that endangers wildlife or in a reckless manner or under the influence. I guess that's droning under the influence. Boulder next door has banned any drones over their open space and mountain parks, which sounds like a good idea to me. And I think, anybody who's been around droning drones, though, they aren't quiet. And you could easily have somebody flying a drone in the field next to you every day, every hour. And with that, this passes, we wouldn't be able to regulate that. And I think we can enact reasonable regulations to keep people safe and to protect people's property and protect our trails and our wildlife. The end.
All right, thank you. And we have a second. Is there any other discussion on this one? All right, council, go ahead and please cast your vote electronically. What happened? Can we clear it out?
Needs to be cleared.
Can you clear it out, Tasha? Or can you change your vote?
Oh, it took a few times, but I think you can, so give it a go.
Okay. Is everybody else able to vote okay? Waiting for 4 people to vote. What?
Yeah, it was.
So,
Oh,
we were able, when we actually tapped it a few times, we were able to change our vote from the default one that popped up, so give that a go. If not, I guess we'll call IT.
well, did those votes look correct to everybody? Does your vote look right? You got what you wanted? Okay, so everybody's voted. The results will be displayed on the screen. We're having some little bugs in the system. And that passes unanimously 9-0. So we will be opposing that legislation as well. All right, any other motions on legislation? All right, then we're gonna move on. City Manager Hoffman, do you have a report tonight?
Just wanted to remind the community if they are not deeply engaged in our agendas. Next Tuesday on the 17th, we'll be talking about property tax, 101 through 301. Additionally, through the next 6 months, every month, we will be having a deeper dive, all of which will be a culmination in August before we start introducing the conversations with regard to the budget. So property tax is the first step, and then we'll go into an economic development update, and then we'll go into revenue and expenses. Then we will go into the long-range financial plan. Again, it's a lot of complicated information. We're taking a different approach this year to ensure that not only is the information transparent, but it builds on one another, starting with next Tuesday evening. So hoping that folks can tune in and/or show up. Thanks, Mayor.
Very timely. We're getting lots of questions, so this will help clear the fog on that. What about you, City and County Attorney Rogers? Do you have a report this evening?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So council's consideration of the consent items is next. The clerk will read all of the consent items by title, and there'll be one opportunity for public comments and council questions and comments. Will the clerk please read agenda items 6A through 6D by title?
6A, approval of minutes for the regular council meetings of January 27th, 2026. 6B, proposed resolution number 2026-19, authorizing and approving the purchase of de-icing materials from Envirotech Services, Inc. for the 2026 Snow and Ice Control Program. 6C, proposed resolution number 2026-18, approving a First Amendment to the Mustang Acres Tower Wireless Agreement. 6D, proposed resolution number 2026-20, approving a construction agreement with Civil Specialties, Inc. for restoration of Pond 45 inlets, storm lateral 11, Preble Creek Parkway, and storm lateral 15, Lowell Boulevard at Anthem, filing 16 and 20, Pond 45.
Thank you. We'll now proceed with public comments. If any residents are using the call-in service, they should indicate their desire to speak by pressing *9 to raise their hand. If there's anyone who'd like to be heard, please make your way to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes, please.
Roxy Julel Luckmore. This has to do with 6 Delta. I was curious, I don't have access to the contracts and stuff. So if these people do not get this simple project done by the end of this year, I think it said December 31st of 2026. They're supposed to start in March, as soon as you guys pass all this for this nice amount of money that they're going to use. Is there anything in the contract to penalize them, or do they just get to extend it if they don't get it done? That's just my question.
We can get one of, oh, you have an answer? Okay. Hold tight.
No, but my phone a friend is sitting in the back. She just heard that question, Roxy. We will come and grab you.
All right. Any other comments on these items? Next is council member questions and comments. Does any member of council have any questions or comments on the consent agenda? Not seeing any. So then is there a motion by council that consent items 6A through 6D be approved? Councilmember Delgadillo.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Twist.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, council, please cast your vote electronically. All council members have entered their vote, and the results will be displayed on the screen. That passes unanimously, 9-0. The first item under action items this evening is the public hearing and council's consideration on second reading of an ordinance related to oversized and commercial vehicles. I'll now declare the public hearing open. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Mr. Murray, you were headed in the right direction, sir.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members. My name is Brandon Murray. I'm the Code Compliance Manager for the City and County of Broomfield. here tonight to discuss second reading for the proposed ordinance number 2293 on oversized vehicles and commercial vehicles. Next slide. So a little bit of background here. Current regulations, current Broomfield Code regulates vehicles over 6 feet in height. Recreational vehicles, including travel trailers, motorhomes, are not prohibited from parking indefinitely on public streets if they're operable and legally parked. Next slide. In August 13th, 2024, council member request for future action on RVs that resulted in a study session here last April 15th, where we discussed and we were directed by council at that time to draft an ordinance related to long-term parking of RVs on public right-of-way. And then on January 13th, we had our first reading of that ordinance. Next slide. Public concerns. Prolonged RV parking and trailer parking on our neighborhood roads. The safety hazards associated with those, visual obstructions for drivers, cyclists, pedestrians, and so forth. Aesthetic concerns are often brought up to our department, impacting neighborhood character. Non-residents using public streets for long-term parking. And then potential hazards from cords and other debris that's across our public sidewalks connected to these vehicles that are parked on the right-of-way. Next slide. So a little bit more in depth in our current municipal code. Oversized vehicles, those that are over 6 feet in height, are limited from parking within 10 feet of a private driveway or 30 feet from an intersection. We have a junk vehicle ordinance that prohibits these vehicles on our right-of-way and private property. Expired registration would qualify a vehicle as a junk vehicle or in an inoperable state, such as flat tires, missing engines, motors, other components. Detached trailers. All trailers that are parked on the right-of-way must remain attached to a towing vehicle. Next slide. Currently, large truck limitations under Chapter 1013 are just applicable to commercial vehicles over 10,000 GVW. Recreational vehicles are exempted from this ordinance. And we're not proposing any changes to this particular code. Next slide. Currently, under prohibited uses, it prohibits living and sleeping, housekeeping, cooking in a bus, trailer, coach, motorhome, or any recreational vehicle. That is current municipal code. You cannot live or sleep in them. We've proposed minor language changes with this ordinance, such as removing housekeeping and preparation of food, mainly in potential conflict with food trucks. And then outreach efforts for individuals living in RVs. And I'll talk a little bit about that in a few slides down the road here. Next slide. The proposed ordinance would limit RV parking on public streets for 72 hours in any 14-day period. It would permit parking only for loading, unloading, maintenance, or trip preparation. It would also prohibit parking while leaking fluids or connected to any utilities. The concern with that is utility lines have to be run over a public sidewalk to any vehicle parked on the right-of-way. It would also limit non-wheeled detachable recreational equipment like your truck bed campers and so forth. It does establish penalties and authorizes towing for violations. Next slide. The primary unit for enforcement of this is the code compliance unit in the Broomfield Police Department. We focus on education and voluntary compliance with just about everything we do, not just with oversized vehicles or those that are involving recreational vehicles, but pretty much all 50, 60 codes that we routinely enforce. It would be subject to an administrative citation under Chapter 113 of the Broomfield Municipal Code, and vehicles would be towed for repeated or serious violation or when the owner is not responsive. For example, last year, We towed one recreational vehicle in all of 2025. Next slide. This just kind of gives a high level illustration of our process. Those complaints are received either through a complaint or staff initiated. Our first step usually is a site inspection, investigation, which if a violation is confirmed, results in a courtesy notice. If compliance isn't received at that point, we move on to a notice of violation. If you notice, 99% of our violations are resolved at this point, once either through the courtesy notice or notice of violation. If we do not get compliance after a notice of violation, then we have three different choices we can go through: administrative citations, a court summons, or vehicle towing. At each of those steps, from the very first investigation to a courtesy notice and notice of violation, we offer our resources through those steps. And I'll talk more about that in a moment. Next slide. Our resources. This is the example of the sheet we provide folks. This is through whether it's our chart process for encampment responses, or for folks living in their recreational vehicles, we will provide a resource list like you see there on the right. It provides numbers and links to over 25 local resources. And again, we typically provide that on that initial site investigation, but can provide that additional steps through that process. We can engage our Broomfield Police Department B Corps unit. We work closely with our community engagement manager and staff. We have coordination with the refuge to help engage their staff and resources through site visits. I believe last year we had 3 or 4 meetings with them and their staff in an outreach effort in November. And then the Colorado Safe Parking Initiative. Next slide. Safe lots, safe parking. Their requirements include an online application. There's a review conducted, a background check that they do, interview with a lot manager, and then the lot manager makes that final decision. And then Broomfield United Methodist Church and the Cross of the Christ are the 2 locations that accept these currently. Next slide. Wanted to give you a little bit more information about some numbers here. What you see here is total violations there on the left and complaints on the right. The red is 2025 2025 numbers. The blue is 2024. So in 2020, speaking of total violations related to recreational vehicles, we had 102 in 2024 and 99 in 2025. Complaints, we received 91 from residents in 2024 and 121 in 2025. And then there on this, in their court summonses, we issued 3 tickets related to recreational vehicles in both 2024 and 25, towed 4 recreational vehicles in 2024, and like I said earlier, 1 in 2025. Next slide, please. So the 99 total violations, 52 in 2025, 52 of those was initiated by my staff. 47 were initiated by complaint. And then 74 of the 121 complaints that we received from residents in 2025 were not actionable because there was no violation of our current municipal code. Next slide. So of those 99 total violations in 2025, that's a breakdown. 12 of them involve people living in those RVs. 17 were junk vehicles. 22 were related to oversized parking violations. And then almost 50 were related to detached trailer violations. Next slide. And then of the oversized parking violations, we had 29 total in 2025. 22 of them were related to recreational vehicles. Those 7 other were non-recreational vehicles. Next slide. A little bit about our summonses that we've issued. We issued a total of 27 tickets last year in everything we do, not just related to recreational vehicles. 2 were junk vehicles that were recreational vehicles, and 1 was for somebody living or sleeping in that. All 24 others had nothing to do with a recreational vehicle. Next slide. Quick comparison with other jurisdictions related to recreational vehicles. Arvada, 72 hours with a 7-day period. Again, no living or sleeping inside. Lakewood does 48 hours or less for loading, unloading only. And then Westminster only while actively loading and unloading. There's no 72 hours or 48 hours or anything like that. And again, no living or sleeping inside those vehicles. Next slide. They do, the regulations do vary by vehicle type. We believe our proposed ordinance aligns with regional practices. Next slide. And in summary, it addresses the long-term parking concerns on our public streets that have been brought to our attention. This ordinance does not add new restrictions for RV parking on private property. Folks can still park their recreational vehicles on their driveway or on their private property. It does not change the current prohibition on living or sleeping in that RV. It does improve neighborhood aesthetics and safety, and establishes enforceable fair time limits for residents, and it again aligns with regional practices. Next slide. That may be it. That's it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murray. We'll now proceed with public comments. If any residents are using the call-in service, press *9 to raise your hand. Is there anyone who'd like to be heard? Please come on up to the podium. State your name and neighborhood for the record and limit your comments to 3 minutes, please.
It's largely a question. Charles Lobero. I'm over in Brandywine. One quick question in regards to towed vehicles. Does that include boats on trailers?
Are we going to do Q&A?
The reason being is that there was, certainly in my area of Brandywine, there was at least 2 boats on trailers that had been there for weeks at a time. And that's why I'm asking the question.
We'll get you an answer. Mr. Murray?
I do not believe the referenced 1 tow in 2025 involved a boat on a trailer, if that answers that question.
Well, I was just saying, was any provisions relating to, in terms of parking violations, because that particular boat, at least 1 boat, had been there for.
Okay, so this is part of the public record, so you're going to have to come to the microphone so everybody can hear it. Please, thank you.
The reason for the question was there was at least one towed boat on trailer that had been at a residence for a number of weeks at a time, and that's why I'm asking the question. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
The proposed ordinance would impact a boat trailer if it was considered oversized, if it met the oversized definition. As long as the boat is and trailer remain attached to a towing vehicle, in many cases, it'd be allowed to stay on the public right of way.
Thank you for the clarification. We're going to go on to the next one. I'm sorry. Yeah, you can talk to Mr. Murray.
Hi, Mayor Council. Again, I'm Kerry Grouse. I live in Eagle Trace. I'm a longtime citizen. 5 years ago, I retired from the aviation industry, and my wife and I decided to buy a motorhome to see our beautiful country. And it's been great. We're in the category of respectful owners. I was a member of the HOA for many years. I know the rules that govern it. Also know my motorhome is too big for my neighborhood in Eagle Trace. No one needs to tell me that, even though I communicate every time with my neighbors, and they're all very supportive. The current ordinance as written would just about prohibit me from owning a motorhome. So I'd like to make or suggest a couple of minor changes. Number 1, park within 10 feet of my driveway. I live on a corner. I have to keep it away from the corner. I park my RV right next to my driveway. But whenever my wife and I leave our driveway, one of us goes out in the street and makes sure there's no traffic. If I have anyone come to my house with their vehicle and they park in my driveway, we do the same thing. So we take safety very seriously. Number 2, the connecting of utilities to the RV. Anyone who's ever owned a motorhome knows that it takes some preparation to get them ready to go on a trip. You got to fill up your fresh water tank. I have to run a hose. I try to keep it connected for less than 20 minutes. Doesn't take that long to fill the tank. Number 3, and more importantly, is the electrical connection. I had a box put in my house by an electrician, which is code legal, and I run a cord across the sidewalk. I build a ramp I put over the cord so pedestrians can safely transit the sidewalk, bicycles, strollers, senior citizens without injury. I put cones out there surrounding my RV to help make it more visible to everyone that drives around it. I take every step I can to try to make it as safe and as unobtrusive to my neighbors. We keep it there for as little time as possible. 72 hours is plenty of time for us to get it ready and to bring it home, to unload it and clean it. That's fine. However, one time last year, I had a mechanical problem. I had to call for maintenance. The guy was there the next day. He had to order a part. I notified my HOA. It's going to be there for a few extra days. Everybody was okay with that. He fixed it, and I got it out of there as quick as I could. So I think from a responsible motorhome owner, the ordinance as written currently doesn't work. Okay? I agree with the intent of the new ordinance. No one wants Broomfield to become a parking lot for broken down rigs. I've seen it. I know what they look like. And yes, nobody wants that. But I think responsible owners of nice rigs should have the ability to enjoy them. So I ask that a few changes be made to the ordinance so that I can continue to enjoy this motorhome. And I'm sure there's many other owners in Broomfield that feel the same way. And maybe they're not aware of this new ordinance. So I ask the council to tweak it a bit, make it so it's usable. That's all I ask. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Interesting. So I really hate public speaking. I do appreciate you guys, though, allowing me to have my voice. So good evening, Mayor, City Council members, city public, whatever. My name is Tom Bittencourt. I've lived in the Broadlands for over 10 years. I am opposed to this ordinance. I understand the desire for tidy and safe streets, but this 72-hour limit over a 14-day window isn't practical for, active families or even my family. We do camping multiple times throughout the summer, weekend after weekend. Preparing for a trip involves more than, just throwing some bags in and heading out the door. It requires, getting food and clothes and getting all the stuff in there that we need. It also takes time to unpack, to clean it, to maintain it. So having that 72-hour window in a 2-week or 72-hour period in a 2-week window really, limits us to basically once every couple of weeks, which, why would I want to do that? So I urge you, consider a more flexible time frame for this. Look at a 72-hour overall limit like Denver does, or, like what I just saw for, was that Westminster that was like 72 hours over a 7-day window. That actually, would work. I think it would, meet what you guys are trying to do and be, amenable to a lot more of your residents. Also, the limitation on utility connections. I understand that you guys want to, promote safety. Hoses can be a tripping hazard. Cords can be a tripping hazard. But preventing those types of connections means that I can't even maintain my RV. So I go out in summer, it's full of water. I need to go and blow that out. So I need to connect to electricity to hook up an air compressor to blow that out. So I can do that. Now I can't do that. So, we should consider how can we, allow these, but do it safely. Look at industry. If I were at work and I need to run a cord across somewhere where people traverse, where we have, it becomes a trip hazard. What do? We put ramps over. We put, we eliminate the safety hazard and make it, safe. What is it? The one at work is, bright orange and bright yellow. You can't miss that. So anyway, let's see, I got 26 seconds left. Thank you. I really hated this all the same, but I do, once again,
You did it.
thank you for allowing me to have my voice here and make that known.
I hope you come back. It wasn't that bad, right? Thank you.
Probably not.
Good evening. My name is Ellen James, and I think I'm the first person who has said that I'm not a Broomfield resident. But Broomfield's been a big part of my community for over 30 years, as Broomfield is where we choose to go to church. I'm a retired advanced practice nurse with a specialty in community health nursing. My passion has become working alongside those who are experiencing homelessness. I serve as a lot lead at the Safe Parking Lot for the last 2 years at Broomfield United Methodist Church. And I volunteer at the Refuge. The last 3 years, I've served as a health advocate, first at the Refuge Cafe and now as a part of the outreach team. So the city feels the need to potentially pass this ordinance that will, among other things, make it illegal for RVs to park on a public street for more than 72 hours. I'm wondering if the basic human needs of those who are living in their RVs because they have no other housing are being considered. Where are they to go? What are they to do to survive? In 2021, the University of Denver Legal Studies Department published a research paper called Shifting Gears, Moving Colorado Away from Criminalizing Vehicle Residency and Towards Safe Parking. There are 2 sections of the paper that I feel that are particularly important to mention. I quote, rendered statistically invisible and targeted by restrictive laws, those living in their vehicles are the fastest growing segment of the unhoused US population, end quote. And secondly, as the title suggests, the paper strongly advocates for moving Colorado away from criminalizing vehicular residency and towards safe parking models. Safe parking programs were initially developed in the early 2000s. They were to be a short-term solution until people were able to move into housing. As housing has become increasingly unreachable for more and more people, and 20 years have passed, the lots have unfortunately become a permanent solution. I am very respectfully asking you to please not pass the ordinance, and I'm asking you to consider being like 18 other communities. Excuse me, I got ahead of myself. Please don't kick the can down the road for people that are living in their vehicles. This does nothing but force people who are already extremely stressed to move yet again to another community. Solving the housing crisis is not something that Broomfield alone can fix, but we can offer an alternative to criminalizing vehicular homelessness in our community. I'm asking you to be a first in Colorado, asking us to be a first.
Can you please wrap up? Your time's expired.
Can we join 18 other communities in California and Oregon who are directly running municipal safe lots?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Katie Peterson. I am a resident of Willow Run, and I do support making changes to the ordinances regarding RVs that address the problems that residents are experiencing. But I am concerned that the proposed amendments will have some unintended consequences, including punishing residents that have an RV parked in benign locations and shining a spotlight on the vulnerable members of our community whose best option is living in an RV, putting them at risk of having all of their possessions towed and even destroyed. Therefore, I suggest 3 things. 1, add an amendment that requires RVs to be parked in locations that do not cause problems for traffic, parking, safety, or visibility so that relocation can be enforced in those cases. 2, continue to allow residents that have RVs parked indefinitely in locations that do not cause problems, which has been the rule up until now. And 3, provide permits and/or safe parking lots for people that need to live in their RVs that require the same adherence to safety protocols that are existing for the safe parking lots that we have for passenger vehicles currently. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi,
Thank you so much, Mayor and council members, for giving us this time. I did not prepare anything, but I am going to speak from my heart. I work with the Refuge. I'm part of their outreach team. I am a peer support professional. We go out and we find our friends that are living in their vehicles or in camps, like my friend Connie here, who I love very much. Connie did not wake up one day and say, I'm going to get so sick that I'm going to lose my house because it can't work. I want you to take into consideration that what some people call junk vehicles or junk trailers are the only house or secure place to stay that some of these people have. We are passing a potato from county to county to county to county. And what I ask of you is that can Broomfield County please set an example of someone that is looking at their community that's suffering and not saying, we know you're suffering, but we would like you to move on. I ask you for your help. I did get a chance to speak briefly with Councilmember McKenzie about this meeting. I need your help. I need your help to find more space to give these people who are already struggling a little bit more time to help them transition into a better place. Okay, safe parking, we have 2 lots. They're totally full and we have a waiting list. So I need your help. I'm asking you specifically for all of you to please join me in having a conversation to find a solution for this. I'm more than happy to look for a solution, but I think I need your help. You guys are the ones that have the power. And there's one reason why we should do this. It's because we care about the people in our community that are struggling. That is the one reason we need to do this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, council, staff, and fellow residents. My name is Martin Dormish. I'm a resident of Ward 1, and in my comments tonight, I'm representing myself and my nonprofit advocacy project, Everyday Epics. I want to begin by thanking council members Twist, Delgadillo, McKenzie, and Cohen for discussing with me the proposed RV ordinance under discussion tonight and possible alternatives to it. From what I understand, the ordinance is meant to mitigate ongoing difficulties some residents and businesses have had involving people parking their RVs long-term in inconvenient locations. It's not my intent to dismiss the concerns of these fellow residents, but instead to point to some perhaps unintended consequences of this ordinance and the current ordinance in place, addressing parking in public places. I believe the current code and practice as enforced has had a chilling effect on our neighbors experiencing homelessness in their cars, and it seems likely that this RV ordinance could do something similar. I agree with my fellow resident, Connie Taylor, and my colleagues who have spoken in that it's incumbent upon us as a community that values hospitality and welcome and neighbors helping neighbors to consider how our laws and regulations affect our most vulnerable residents and do everything we can to mitigate any negative effects to them. As a local housing and basic needs advocate, I've known veterans, multi-generational families, single parents and their young kids, and retirees who for various reasons have been forced to make their cars their home. This school year, 60 Broomfield students in Adams 12 schools and 34 students in BVSD Broomfield schools are experiencing homelessness, including some in their vehicles, along with their other family members. I'm grateful for the work of local safe lots, which provide consistency and basic necessities like porta potties for their guests. But since there are not nearly enough safe parking spots available for everyone who needs or wants one, many of these mobile households live in a kind of unofficial limbo where they are moved along and robbed of basic dignity and consideration. As we all know from our past history, what is legal is not always synonymous with what is just or right. And what is needed to help our neighbors living in their vehicles is a consistent place to get a good night's sleep so they can get back on their feet. Ordinances that prohibit or limit or restrict the very situation in which they find themselves, even if they are unintentional, do not make their path back toward housing stability any easier. What's needed here for residents living in their vehicles are services and support, not sweeps and restrictions, and higher likelihood of fines or towing. For that reason, I ask you all on council to seriously consider amendments to this RV ordinance, such as the one I believe to be proposed by Councilmember McKenzie, and amendments to our current code, section 10-12-060 as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. I'm Dana Scott. I am a resident of Lacamora in Ward 3. I also am the Executive Director at Broomfield Fish, the local food and family resource center. And I'm going to keep it brief. I'm going to try because I did write a letter. But I did want to say that I'm really grateful and appreciative to our code enforcers, to our law enforcement, who have done an excellent job of really trying to work with us and alongside us on the issue of housing instability and homelessness. I also want to let folks know that this is on the rise. This problem is a very large problem, and it is in Broomfield. Last year at Fish, we saw 300 unduplicated people experiencing homelessness. I think you heard an earlier statistic that many of these folks are actually living in vehicles as an alternative because they can't afford housing. I think that number, I think any number warrants us looking at a potential ordinance to weigh all the benefits and drawbacks to all community members, right? So I agree that I think there needs to be something done. I would encourage folks to look at an amendment that will not be so hard on folks. The biggest issue I want to point out is that I've heard it said, this is no different because we already have an ordinance, right, that prohibits people from living in their vehicles. And while that's true, what you need to understand about people living in their vehicles is that is not just a vehicle, that is their home. That is where all their possessions are. So if you tow that, if you ticket them, it just makes the hole deeper and deeper for them to dig out of. And I think we need to consider this with this proposed ordinance. And that I will leave it at that. And thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Good evening, council. Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor, sorry if I got that wrong. My name is Scott. I'm here representing my neighbors as well. I'll leave this with whomever, which is a petition I gathered last night. I appreciate all those folks who are here, who are loving on those who are not housed. I have a different opinion on the matter. I've lived here for 25 years. My house and my neighbors' homes are adjacent to Quartz Drive. That means that road runs right behind our house. So we're in a unique position. And we have had over the years a number of folks decide to use that as a parking area, long-term and short-term. There is nothing that can be done today. Let me remind council that what you are voting on is not an ordinance around homelessness. It is a non-controversial ordinance around using public right-of-way to park an RV. I don't have an issue with trying to solve homelessness. I do have an issue when there is a safety concern, when there is a transient person, and I can say transient because oftentimes the license plates are not Colorado, parked directly behind my house. I can literally reach over the fence with a yardstick and touch these cars, as can my neighbors. To have that kind of circulation of people, and I think last time in the first reading, one of the council members who's no longer here said desperate people do desperate things. That's why my neighbor, not saying this is correlated or caused, but I can tell you my neighbor in collecting signatures last night talked about his tools being stolen. I've had my hot tub visited by people. In fact, I had to call the police when I saw with my own eyes 2 people climb up onto my neighbor's tree and use it to defecate on their lawn and then defecate on their SUV. So I live with this problem every single day. Whether it's an RV that looks great and is parked there for weeks and nothing can be done about it, or what happened this past summer, where an RV just showed up and stood there for as long as it wanted to be there. There's nothing that can be done. This is insane. Between hearing from the business leaders last week and hearing from me and other residents this week, the reason why I came tonight is I think the conversation in the first reading was over-indexed on people who are not Broomfield residents. The Broomfield residents and the ordinance is to protect the residents. You are elected by the residents. I'm not saying that the unhoused is not a problem. I've partnered with food banks and I've partnered with Precious Child for years. I support it. What I don't support is the inability to do something to protect the safety of my neighborhood. And that's where we stand today. I urge you to support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have to stand in line. You can go wait in line.
Good evening, Mayor and council members and staff. I'm Kristen Heiser, Executive Director of the Broomfield Housing Alliance. We appreciate the effort in balancing act to address community concerns while remaining mindful of residents experiencing housing instability. As this action is considered, we amplify the need to ground it in a person-centered, service-first approach where human services, service providers, and B Corps are supported to take the lead performing outreach and offering connection to resources. Leading any regulatory approach with adequate services and resources is essential to avoid displacement without resolution. We believe this balanced approach best supports public safety, community well-being, and works to provide the much-needed long-term solutions that serve residents experiencing housing stability. We appreciate the opportunity to share our feedback and remain available for continued dialogue and exploring of solutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, and staff. My name is Kathy Escobar. I'm with The Refuge. I'm the co-founder, and we've been serving in Broomfield for over 20 years. The Refuge Cafe has been serving people that are experiencing homelessness and without social safety nets. It's a hopeful hub for over 12. I am really grateful that you all are wrestling with this and this ordinance in its current form. I respect all of the different feedback, and we do know that this ordinance is not directed towards people who are living in RVs. It's addressing a much bigger problem that needs addressing. But how this has been navigated points to a more important issue that I'd like to briefly touch on tonight for your consideration. My master's degree is in organizational development, and healthy systems really matter to me. And there was a bit of a breakdown on this one. Even though we've been working with PD, which we love as we're establishing connection, we didn't learn about this until the afternoon of the January 13th meeting. No one ever asked for any input or what the downstream effect might be. No one asked what the true availability of safe parking as a resource was. And the answer is extremely limited with a waiting list and currently only 3 RV spots in all of Broomfield. In our small circle, we identified last week 11 RVs keeping 12 adults and 3 kids sheltered. That's a small circle. Working on these larger issues requires big systems work upstream in an intentional collaborative way, and that's what the Housing Solutions Forum is so committed to, with government agencies, faith communities, and nonprofits at the table. But a crucial commitment has to be processing through community impacts together in advance, and hopefully bringing more creative solutions to the table earlier, or at least, the very least, having a chance to inform and educate. I really hope any ordinance that does pass has a process to support the reality of some people living in RVs being their only shelter. But more importantly, I hope we can work upstream and work on any and all creative solutions, which people with lived experience can speak to best. You already heard that tonight. And work to figure out how to add more safe parking options for RVs and cars in Broomfield before we tell people that safe parking is a resource they can access. It's the same with emergency, transitional housing, and supportive housing, none of which are current options either. Thanks for wrestling with this, and I hope we keep learning and practicing together to create a Broomfield that truly does have housing for all. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've lived in Broomfield for over 20 years. I want to speak as someone directly affected, but also as someone thinking about the long-term health of this city. People living in their cars aren't the cause of instability here. They're the cause of pressure that already exists. Housing costs, medical issues, job loss, or just one bad turn. Moving people along doesn't remove the pressure. It just pushes it somewhere else. And it usually makes things worse. If this ordinance passes, people won't magically have housing tomorrow. What they'll have is less sleep, more stress, fewer options. People are forced to move constantly. It becomes harder to hold a job, harder to stay healthy, and harder to climb out. That doesn't reduce strain on the system, it increases it. I've learned the system stays strong when they can absorb stress locally. They become fragile when they try to move it. Short-term order can look successful, but often leads to higher costs later. Emergency services, healthcare, law enforcement, and human breakdown. I'm not asking the city to ignore the concerns or do nothing. I'm asking us to choose solutions that reduce pressure instead of redistributing it. Temporary stability, clear rules, and real pathways forward help people. Constant displacement does not. How we treat the people under the most pressure says a lot about whether our city is becoming more resilient or quietly setting itself for future failure. I'd like to add that I've owned houses in Broomfield Heights and McKay Landing. In this, I'm currently homeless, living in my car. This ordinance is about people complaining. People complain about anything. People complain about people knocking on their door. People complain about people driving too slow. And the majority of the complaints are coming from the police, not even the public. I can't stay at one of the churches because it constantly makes me move every day. I don't have gas to do that. I constantly work for work, but I'm proactive every day. It's just the system that we have is not benefiting the people right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to address some issues that I had with the gentleman's comment earlier. I understand his concern, I do, but not all homeless people choose to steal and rob and destroy property. They just want to live. They want a home. They don't want to destroy. I've met several homeless people since I became homeless myself. And I tell you what, I am impressed with these people that I have met at the refuge. They're strong. They're trying to fight. They're trying to dig a hole, dig out of the hole, and they're not able to do that because they get shoved down again. I mean, I know for a fact that I have cancer. I have several health issues. I've been in and out of the hospital 4 times this year because living in my car. I don't want to live that way, and I don't want to hurt anybody else. I just want a fair break. And yes, I realize this is starting with RVs, but eventually it's going to move to cars and everything else. And what people don't realize, it is displacing the homeless, not once, but again and again and again. I don't want to see people hurt anymore. People are in enough pain. Okay, thank you. Please consider.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to be heard? Come on up. Thank you.
Hi, Mayor and group. I'm Brenda. I'm from original Broomfield. I've had people crap on my front door step too, so I know what that's all about. But I also know when you gotta go, and there's no porta potties or toilets open during times when we need them. There's no trash receptacles sometimes. I propose to the group to take this to heart, that possibly we can find a empty spot of land, fenced or not fenced. If you fence it, you got a little bit more control over if you need to do some reconnaissance or whatnot. With toilet facilities and trash receptacles, if there is a trash receptacle, sometimes some people will use them. Not guaranteed that they will. The homeless is what the focus is right now. One of the big problems is, I talked to a man with a job situation the other day, and he said he talked to a woman that made 140K. She lost her job. She's having a real hard time finding another job that's going to make her house payments. What happens when she can't make her house payment or her car payments? She's going to be without. And that can happen to each and every one of us. We're not infallible in this. Reality is, it can strike any of us. Cancer hits us all, and it is not fun. And it takes away from all of us. So my proposal is to you guys to please help us find a location that we can park tents, campers, cars. We have 3 RV spots at one safe place, and that's it. There's no truck stops, so there's no truck stop parking available. We need help. We need something. Broomfield is a lovely town. People like this town. They want to be here. They call it home for a reason, because Broomfield is awesome. Yeah, the taxes and everything's a little high, but we can discuss that later. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Hey, good evening, City Council. My name's Mike Roswell. I spoke here about a month ago. And I have a lot of empathy for the homeless and, the displaced. But I've got to remind you that this is also just about people exploiting Broomfield to permanently store vehicles on the streets and not even live in them. We've got, a lot of counties around us that are, trying to deal with this issue. And, if you think that it's not going to become a catch-all for all these problems and more problems, then, I think we're wrong about that. If Broomfield doesn't stand up for itself, it is going to change the quality. You spoke of erosion earlier, and Broomfield is a great place. I've got a lot of respect for everybody, all the businesses. I've also worked with nonprofits, worked with the Precious Child for over 10 years and helped them get into a bigger space. And I think that we just need to keep that in mind also, that this is also people exploiting the law and coming specifically to Broomfield so that they can store their RVs on our streets that we pay for. Taxes are going up, and sometimes it makes us, really wonder about where the money's going, and we've got to deal with some of these situations properly. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this item? Well, I just want to also remind for folks that didn't know, this was not a staff-driven ordinance. It was brought up by former council member Marsh Holshan in response to Ward 1 concerns. So when we first heard his request for future action, council agreed to move it forward, and this is where we are. We're going to move into council questions next, but we're going to take a 10-minute recess first. It is 8:28. We'll be back at 8:38 to continue council deliberation. So thank you all who spoke, and we'll be back in 10 minutes.
It's been a long time.
Would everyone please make your way to your seats? We're going to resume. Council members, please come back to the dais. All right, welcome back, everyone. We're back from break and we're continuing with the RV ordinance. And we were going to questions from council at this point. Members should limit themselves to questions during this portion. The time to introduce amendments and state positions for or against this item is later. Are there any questions from my council colleagues? I almost had a council member comment. Oh, Mayor Pro Tem Lim.
Thank you. I had a series of questions. Hopefully I'll get through them all. To staff, there was a resident, and I didn't catch his name. He identified himself as a resident from Eagle Trace who said that 72 hours might not be enough time in case of a mechanical problem. How would staff deal with such a situation if this ordinance were passed?
That has come up with existing enforcement on, say, detached trailers. That's a good example where the resident has explained there's a mechanical failure that prevents them from hooking up the trailer and moving it off the roadway. We will, again, we work with those folks. We give them additional time, reasonable time, find out what the problem is. If it's going to be a week or two, we can work with that and follow up later. So we give that extra time to work with those mechanical issues.
My next question is, back, I think in last June, I had an email from a resident in the Broadlands part of Ward 3. She identified that she lived in an HOA and somehow thought that their HOA could do greater enforcement than the city and county of Broomfield. Is that correct or not?
It is my understanding that HOAs cannot enforce rules on the right of way within their area. Beyond that, I would defer to our city attorney on HOA questions.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Mayor Pro Tem Lim. This is a new change to the law. As we've seen from the state in the last few years, they've restricted the HOA's ability to regulate turf and xeriscaping, regulate signs. This is one of the areas that the state said HOAs can no longer regulate, which is parking on public roads. If it's a private road through an HOA, that's fine, but public road HOA regulation is no longer within their purview. And that is a new change, so that might be a surprise to some residents.
Okay, so that means that anything that we pass today would apply to everywhere across Broomfield, correct?
Any public right of way, correct?
Yes, any public right of way. Thank you. Could you please, a resident, some business owners have been communicating about 525 Burbank Street. Could you please give a brief history of that? My correspondence with that goes back until I think August of 25. Could you give a brief history of that and where we're at with that now?
Yes, and my knowledge of that situation does also date back to last summer, July, August, where we received complaints from business owners through that area about the long-term parking of recreational vehicles, buses, and some other larger vehicles. We have been out there many, many times and addressed the violations as they have been observed. I referenced one summons that we had issued last year for somebody living in an RV that occurred on Burbank through those enforcement efforts. As it stands now, there is, I know, a recreational vehicle and a bus and perhaps another vehicle or two out there. We have an open code compliance case on one of the recreational vehicles on Burbank, and have been working with the owner of that vehicle, that recreational vehicle, who does reside in it, to gain compliance, to help her move into a location that is safer for her. There has been some, I guess you could call it mechanical failure with the recreational vehicle that we're trying to help her through.
Okay, so would you say, you showed a slide of the resource list that you share with people that you encounter in this situation. Would you say that you have shared those resources thoroughly with her and that vehicle owner, and has that vehicle owner tried to take advantage of those resources?
Yes, we issued what we would call a courtesy notice along with that resource list. We have not had any face-to-face contact with that person I'm aware of. It's all been through phone or text messaging. I am not aware of what steps she has taken to utilize those resources that are on that sheet. So I couldn't speak to what efforts she has taken.
And what are the problems that the complaints cite that brought you to this area?
Again, I believe the business owners and managers along Burbank have expressed them pretty well, that they're concerned about parking, aesthetics, concerns with customers coming in and out. From my perspective, it's whether there's a violation of the code. And in this case, there is, because somebody is living in an RV.
So would the passage of this ordinance impact anything about how you would have dealt with this particular situation?
No, we would have dealt with this the same process through providing the courtesy notice, the resources, and continue to work with that person to move them along into another location.
Okay. I think those are my questions for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try and make some sense of my question. First, let me just say thank you to everybody for what was an incredibly cordial and respectful public comment period. That was amazing and very helpful to hear. I wanted to clarify one thing for one homeowner. I think he was in the Broadlands. I could be wrong, but he has a situation where he's on a corner. So complying with the 10-foot rule of a driveway is challenging because he can't park it and comply. Would it make sense, how much trouble would that be to amend this to say you can park within 10 foot of a driveway if it's your own driveway?
Actually, that was the stance we took on enforcement of that rule for several years up until about, I would say maybe 3 years ago. We would only apply that 10-foot rule to somebody else's driveway. You could park within 10 feet of your own. That became problematic where we had a vehicle, a large vehicle, parked within 10 feet of a driveway. We received complaints about it, that the concern was that pedestrians, bicyclists, or motorists on the roadway could not adequately see somebody backing out of that driveway where that vehicle's coming out of. In other words, it didn't really matter whether vehicles parked right next to their own driveway or not, the safety concerns still exist.
But we're allowing, because of the driveway, because of the proximity to the driveway specifically, not just being on the street as a whole, the person backing out of the driveway?
The concern is not about whose driveway it belongs to. It's about the safety of motorists and pedestrians on the roadway. So it really doesn't matter if there's an oversized vehicle parked next to my own driveway or somebody else's. The same safety concerns exist.
Under the proposed ordinance, is he correct that he would not be able to park within 10 feet of his own driveway?
You cannot do that now, and that would not change under the proposed ordinance.
And you're saying if we change that, just hypothetically, that what we're risking or what the issue would be is safety, that there's a concern that might cause more accidents from someone backing out of that driveway?
Correct.
Okay. And is that the standard in most municipalities? Just sort of your bad luck if you're on the corner?
I probably couldn't speak to the standard in other communities on that specific issue. I don't know.
But in terms of this guy, his bad luck in this case is living on a corner. The people who live on the corner are gonna not be able to park their RVs in front of their homes.
I guess it depends on the situation. I mean, I picture in a corner, there's a whole other side next to their house that typically you could park at too. So I'm picturing most people on corner lots have more public right of way adjacent to their property than somebody that doesn't live on a
That's
corner.
in my neighborhood, the one on the corner is right next to the stop sign, so there's not really room. Or at least if he does, then you have to drive all the way around him, so maybe a no-win situation. There's also the question of cords, which in my neighborhood is HOA and they let people park for 3 days and people run cords. And nobody's complained, I get, yes, because no one's tripped over them. Does it allow someone for those 3 days, 72 hours to run a cord from their home to their RV?
The proposed ordinance, no, it does not.
So is the idea that you could do it if you're there, you just couldn't leave it overnight? Or is there any idea that if you took any reasonable step like taping it, or I think he had a wood platform to cover it, would that, otherwise, because my understanding is otherwise people will run generators.
Correct.
Which are loud and will have other complaints.
Sure. This is a standard we enforce now. It's not explicitly written into the code, but we enforce this now. There's a discretionary element to this. And yeah, when our officers go out and see this, if it's observed that residents are loading or unloading, actively preparing for a trip, and there's an extension cord or a water hose, completely different story than ones that have been just run out there, left attached to an RV that has been parked out front for several weeks. Those are the situations that we will go ahead and issue those notices on to remove those utilities.
So if you're in your 3 days, you're cleaning your RV and you leave it plugged in overnight, you're not necessarily going to get a citation.
Correct. And that's, again, going back to our whole process, we do not write citations on
Or
those
a warrant or
first observations like that.
Okay.
Yeah. But there's obviously a reasonableness test to that as well.
Okay. Can you clarify, we're talking about RVs, built cars over, or vehicles over 6 feet. So typically an RV, we're all thinking much taller, but this would also, pickups with campers would be caught under this as well, right?
Correct.
I think
Well, I'm sorry, not related to the RV long-term parking.
Is it specific to, I thought the criteria was vehicles over 6 feet tall.
Currently vehicles over 6 feet tall are subject to the oversized parking regulations, specifically within 10 feet of a driveway or 30 feet of an intersection. Under the proposed ordinance, that would raise that to 7 feet that would be applicable to those oversized vehicle regulations. They would not be applicable to, automatically be applicable to the RV long-term parking unless they meet that definition of a major recreational vehicle.
And last question for this round, of the complaints you recorded in 2024 and 2025, would you say those were recreational vehicles? Or are they other large vehicles? Or is it almost exclusively?
Those are all recreational.
All
vehicles.
recreation.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all for now.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, and thank you to Councilmember Cohen for asking one of my questions about the cords and wondering how on earth someone would have an RV and not run cords or water hoses across a sidewalk at any point, and wondering if there's some leeway in there looking at unattended cords or something like that. The other thing is a question about the permit system. In our memo, it says staff does not recommend implementing a permit system process to permit RVs to park longer than 72 hours due to administrative duties and staff resources needed to process, issue, and monitor permits. A week or two ago, we heard that it was going to be easy to incorporate permits for additional watering for those who have seeded their yards. And I noticed in the comments on the Broomfield Voice, someone was asking about dumpsters during construction or remodel. And it was mentioned in the staff comments that permits are issued for those. So I'm wondering what other things are permitted and how that works and why this would be significantly different. Thank you.
Currently, I work for the police department. We do not issue any permits. So when we talk about water department or the containers, those are issued by different departments that have processes in place. With any addition, a permit, there's obviously increase in staff resources. To what extent? I spoke from the police department view. For us to start a permit program from nothing would be a heavy lift for us. However, there are departments that do this more regularly and routinely, which would be much easier for them to kind of get up off the ground. Bottom line, there would be some drain on resources.
So I'm wondering if you are going around looking for code violations and you see a dumpster on the street, do you check that it's permitted? And how do you do that?
Those are typically enforced by complaint. So when we receive a complaint, we'll go out and check on that. We have an address. Typically, we can look in the database to determine whether there's a permit or not. And then it does require a site inspection to determine if that dumpster's still there and if it's in the location the permit specifies it to be in.
So in theory, a permit for RVs would not have to come through the police department or code enforcement. It could in theory come from another department that you could refer to?
Correct. We've had discussions
Or is
with
that-
traffic engineering that could
Okay.
possibly issue a permit for an RV parking or limit.
Thank you.
No, I have the face like I did, but no, I don't.
Okay. I know that phase.
Yes. No.
We'll continue. Is that all you had? Okay, thank you. Any other questions from council? None? Oh, okay. Then, there being no further questions, the public hearing is closed. Next is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2293. Will the clerk please read the proposed ordinance by title?
7A ordinance number 2293, amending chapter 10-12, oversized and commercial vehicles.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the ordinance on second and final reading and order published by title? Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Lim.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you, Councilmember Delgadillo, for the second. Is there any discussion? Councilmember McKenzie.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Before I propose my 3 amendments, I'd first like to start with the attitude of gratitude to Mr. Murray and team. I think that the presentation was well thought out and really highlighted. I appreciated the facts and the figures. And based on the evidence that I've seen here, at least in chambers, it appears to me that you and the team are leading with courage, care, empathy, etc. So I just wanted to say thank you. I realize that I'm coming in at the end of a 2-year plus process, and it's been quite a flurry. But I just wanted to say thank you. And then I wanted to clarify, after seriously considering all of the different stakeholders, including the businesses, the responsible owners, et cetera, that what I'm proposing isn't all too different from what is currently happening, in that the fundamental challenge at hand from my mind is that there is no way to enforce or rectify the situation that is currently happening. There is no solution. The way that I'm proposing these amendments, what it does is provide the optionality but not obligation to provide enforcement, which simply means that enforcement could happen, and there are these exceptions if needed, which is essentially when I look at the graphic that you presented on page 10, it essentially modeled that. And I think that's best illustrated by a story. So track with me real quick. I'm Caribbean and I love to cook. And, you know, you can make a nice curry with garlic and coconut milk and onions, etc. But I really like spice, right? And I'll add in black pepper and cayenne pepper and a lot of spice. You may not like spice, so you don't want spice. What I'm trying to do with these amendments is not really centered at the chef who's doing the cooking. I'm focusing it on the recipe or the menu and having that recipe be seasoned with grace. So that's the intent and the thought behind these amendments that I'm going to bring forth. And the second bit is that this moment here in the chambers is an event, which is very first order. What I'm more curious about and what I'm happy that this is catalyzed are all the relational dynamics and conversations that have happened outside of these chambers, because that's more important to me in terms of how we evolve and emerge as a community. So saying that, do I make my moves now?
Yeah, you have 5 minutes total, so you're down to 44 seconds. So that
All right.
stories are beautiful, and I will allow you some grace because this is your first time and I love listening to
Thank
you. So go right ahead, Councilmember McKenzie.
So I move to amend ordinance 2293 to create a visitor permit process as stated more clearly on the screen.
That's Amendment 1. It is long, but we'll leave it up so people can get a read. Do you want to read the highlights? Why not? Go ahead.
Does that cut into my time?
No, we're already waiving that for
Okay.
you. Okay.
So this amendment, the city manager or designee may issue a visitor permit for a major recreational vehicle that would permit parking otherwise prohibited by this section for up to 7 days for a major recreational vehicle that is parked on a public street adjacent to property owned or occupied by a person who has given permission to park to the owner or responsible person of the major recreational vehicle. No more than 4 visitor permits shall be issued for any one vehicle in a 12-month period. Vehicles must be parked lawfully and, except as stated above, used in accordance with all other applicable laws. The vehicle cannot be leaking, discharging, or draining any fluids such as sewage, gray water, or any other fluids. While permitted, the vehicle is allowed to have a temporary connection to water and electric only. Utility lines extending across any public sidewalk must be covered with a ramp-style cable protector. Nothing in this section shall be construed to allow junk vehicles prohibited by Chapter 820 as it may be amended.
Thank you very much, Councilmember McKenzie. He has made a motion for this amendment. Is there a second? Councilmember Cohen.
Second.
Thank you. As a reminder, our new council rules limit discussion on an amendment to 3 minutes for the sponsor and then 1 minute for each speaker, and then ends with 1 minute for the sponsor. Is there anything else you wanted to say on your amendment, this amendment, Councilmember McKenzie? Okay. Is there any discussion on the amendment? We'll go to Councilmember Henkel.
I just want to first thank and commend Councilmember McKenzie for bringing forth some great amendments that are really thoughtful and intentional. My only question I think for this one is for staff. Anytime we've talked about permits before, and we've talked about, different sort of staff aspects. Do we have a system in place, and who would distribute these permits, and who would be sort of the entity on doing these permits? Because I don't know if we already have a system in place for other types of permits that are congruent to this one.
Hello, Bryce Hammerton, traffic engineer. So currently we do the oversized permits in traffic engineering. Or sorry, not the oversized, the restricted parking or restricted permit parking system permits. So assuming we follow the same type of system as that, and I understand the requirements and whatnot as is laid out here, I think we could take on a reasonable number of permits in traffic engineering. The biggest thing would be, inputting the permits, processing them, and then printing the parking sticker for those RV permits. But I think it is something that we could do, assuming it doesn't get to too big of a number. I don't know if we're quite sure on the exact number that we'll get. So maybe we could monitor that. Yeah. So that's what we have currently, and I think that it seems reasonable.
Six-month feedback, so that way staff isn't too overwhelmed with permits. Or I did have a question too, as to what does the enforcement look like? It seems like, I've had a couple people from the audience just text me about enforcement on some of these things. And they're kind of confused on if, one person gets a ticket or another person gets towed, what's the enforcement mechanism on this particular one?
The enforcement mechanism would remain the same. That process for enforcement of a violation of a 7-day permit would be the same. We would respond to that complaint, issue that courtesy notice in most cases, or a notice of violation. And again, if there's extenuating circumstances, we would generally work with that person to give them a little bit more time to comply.
Okay.
Same sort of process.
And then what were to happen, like, it seems like if it's a junk vehicle, then it seems like it's being towed. Is that correct?
Again, junk vehicles are pretty much our most common complaint.
Okay.
And the same process exists for that too. In most cases, it starts with a courtesy notice, a notice of violation, And in some cases, maybe 2 or 3 notice of violations to track down previous owners. And then, yeah, if we do not get any compliance, then it could be eventually towed.
Okay. And then,
Can you wrap up, please? Because we have 1 minute on these amendments, so brevity is appreciated.
and if, I'm just trying to speak to the enforcement on this. If they were to, be not in compliant with this visitor permit, would they not be allowed to park there again? Or is there any sort of enforcement tool as to if they're in violation, then what happens if they repeat that violation?
I don't see anything in the code that because of a previous violation, they wouldn't be, they wouldn't qualify for a new permit at a later time. The only restriction I see is 4 in any given calendar year. So a violation of that permit, I don't think revokes their ability to get one in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson?
Thank you. I have a question and then potentially a friendly amendment. This is the first time I've seen this under number 4. It talks about while permitted, the vehicle is allowed to have a temporary connection to water utility, electric, utility lines extending across the public sidewalk may be covered with a ramp style cable protector. And why would that not apply to A? Could we move that up to A where that's for all vehicles, addressing that concern where people are kind of doing that right now? Because this isn't changing, no one's living in it, no one's staying in it while they're parked there, same situation.
Sure, I believe that'd be an amendment that council could make. In our review, when we were preparing and helping with this amendment, we were unable to make changes to, I believe, the section A.
Okay, so if we want to, we can move that number 4 up to A to encompass all the vehicles or duplicate it.
And
that would be up to us to make.
Yeah,
that.
and I would defer to our city attorney on that one too, to work out the details.
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Anderson. And just providing some background context on what Section A is, it shall be unlawful to park on the right-of-way unless it's for loading, unloading, trip preparation, and maintenance. And that's why there's the no connection to utilities in that one. I think the difference in the amendment would be the longer stay. I think, and I'm just sharing the intent, that the intent was to not have sort of long-term use of an RV when it was there. It was supposed to be sort of in and out within that 72 hours. But I do agree with code compliance that if council would like, we could easily add that same permission for water and only water and electric. We would not suggest any other utility hookup.
Okay, and maybe potentially only while you're actually filling the tank with water for that 20 minutes. That was one constituent referenced and maybe some guardrails, but okay. That would be helpful. And then 5 seconds, one other quick question. Is there any benefit to adding a fee, or would that be more trouble than to cover the cost of these permits, or would that be more trouble than it's worth?
Yeah, so that's something that I think we would be open to. Most of our permits do have fees attached to them already, so I think that would make sense.
And my thinking was this is not solving the concerns that we're hearing tonight about the homeless population, and this is more about the visitor. So it almost feels like that fee could be appropriate. And maybe that's part of the review in 6 months, or who knows. Okay, thank you.
Well, I'm sure if any of these pass, we are going to have a third reading because they're substantive. So that would give staff time to add in that tweak. And also, if council desires to do a visitor permit fee, that could be in the third reading as well. But so as this one is. Okay. Councilmember Cohen?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I would add to that, I guess it's a comment that first, thank you to Councilmember Kenzie for putting these amendments together and including the permit, the 7-day pass. Longmont already does this, and I believe it's a $25 cost. And to Councilmember Anderson's point, this does not address the issues that were raised tonight about the unhoused, but simply that there are residents who have visitors. We're Colorado, people come here in RVs, they stop and visit, and then they go in the mountains. And I know of some people in this case where, their driveway's not long enough or it's at an angle, and we don't really want to have them send their visitors off to the Walmart parking lot for the evening, when a 7-day permit would allow them to continue to do what they've been doing for some time here in Broomfield without complaint. So I would urge us to pass this amendment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion on the amendment from council? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and vote on Amendment 1. Council, please cast your vote electronically. All council members have entered their vote, and that amendment passes unanimously 9-0. Back to you, Councilmember McKenzie.
Thanks. I move to amend ordinance 2293 to create a temporary compliance permit process as stated more clearly on the screen. Shall I read it again?
Why not?
Okay.
Get it on the record.
The city manager or designee may issue a temporary compliance permit, green pass, for a major recreational vehicle that would permit parking and the use of the vehicle for living or sleeping otherwise prohibited by this section for up to 28 days for individuals demonstrating financial or other hardship or mechanical failure, provided the major recreational vehicle does not pose an immediate safety hazard. Green pass parking restrictions: no vehicle may remain in a single specific parking spot for more than 7 days. Vehicles must be relocated to a new lawful parking spot after 7 days. No vehicle may remain in the same neighborhood for more than 14 days. Vehicles must be relocated to a new lawful parking spot in a different neighborhood after 14 days. The vehicle cannot be leaking, discharging, or draining any fluids such as sewage, gray water, or any other fluids. While permitted, the vehicle is allowed to have a temporary connection to water, electric only. Utility lines extending across any public sidewalk must be covered with a ramp-style cable protector.
We have a second slide. Sorry, it continues.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
You can go to the next slide, James. Thanks.
If a vehicle is in violation of the time requirements in subsection 1A or 1B, a notice of violation may be issued. If another violation of A or B occurs after a notice of violation has been issued, the green pass may be immediately revoked. Vehicles must be parked lawfully and, except as stated above, used in accordance with all other applicable laws. No more than 4 green pass permits shall be issued for any one vehicle in a 12-month period. Nothing in this section shall be construed to allow junk vehicles prohibited by Chapter 8-20 as it may be amended.
Thank you. Councilmember McKenzie has made a second motion for an amendment, temporary compliance permit. Is there a second? Councilmember Ward.
Second.
Thank you. And we're going to discussion now. Try to keep it to a minute if you can. Mayor Pro Tem Lim.
Could staff please address how they would interpret neighborhood in that amendment?
I believe that would be based off of, we would use the zoning maps, say the difference between First Filing and Red Leaf or Westlake. I think that's how I understand that, would be subdivisions.
Councilmember Lim, or Mayor Pro Tem Lim, excuse me. For the third reading for substantive, I see about 8 different definitions that we would have to come back with. That being one of them. Financial hardship being another, under what circumstances, how, what are they going to complete? In order to make that determination, who makes that determination? What are the guidelines to make that determination? What happens if that determination changes from one issuance to the next issuance? What happens if the vehicles are relocated to an unlawful place from a lawful place, but following the 7-day determination move? So we're going to have time to digest. Oh, staff isn't going to have the answers to these pieces tonight.
Okay, so, are you, well, then I think this is a question for Attorney Rogers. Given the preliminary indication of what City Manager Hoffman said needs to be defined in this amendment, if it's, is staff is going to bring back this amendment with changes and their staff initiated changes? Is that what I understand?
We don't necessarily have staff initiating amendments. I think when we were talking about this potential amendment, the city manager has the ability to establish regulations to help with the enforcement of some of our code. So we could do it in terms of her authority for just regulatory implementation, so long as it's consistent with the code. So that's a way that on the staff side, we could, I'll say that Councilmember McKenzie and I talked about defining these terms earlier today and just didn't have a sufficient time because, as Manager Hoffman mentioned, it is a heady challenge to define financial hardships. And when we do that, sometimes we have unintended consequences either way. So I think there's two ways council could handle this, provide direction to us that, yes, she would like to see that in the code. Alternatively, defer to the discretion of staff and let us do this through enforcement regulations that code deals with all the time. I guess as far as terms, I mean, if you do feel like this is, I don't want to kill this amendment, but if you do feel like more work is done, then the option is to kill the amendment, direct staff to come back with something more solidified.
So, well, maybe I missed something. So is there an option to pass the amendment, but still have staff come back with the terms defined for the third reading?
We would need a council sponsor to float that amendment for staff.
And Ms. Rogers, that also applies to amending A to add the permit fee that Councilmember Anderson. It would have to be officially requested by council and supported by council. Staff can't unilaterally change things based on that conversation. So it has to be official. And we're probably not going to get through the rest of the agenda, I worry about. So decide whether you can live with it or not, or propose, well, it would be an amendment on the fly, so it would require a 2/3 threshold to be introduced.
Okay, so you're saying the option is just to allow the amendment to go through and let staff in the background use definitions as they enforce it.
Yes, that is one of the recommendations. We do have a way we can determine neighborhoods, as Brandon mentioned. Financial hardship is something that we deal with in other categories. This is a lot of asking to the discretion of our code compliance officers, who already do give extensions based on hardships, based on the circumstances. So if we're doing a 6-month review, we could come back at that review point and say, yeah, this hasn't worked because this is what we're seeing. No. Okay, but we can't. After an ordinance has been introduced to the public and to council, it's not for staff to unilaterally come back and amend it after it's been introduced. That's why we do the amendment process.
So the fact that the first sentence says the city manager or designee, I don't want to be making these determinations without council understanding what defines a neighborhood. What does other hardship mean? I don't think it's taking away at all from the discretion. I appreciate very much Councilmember McKenzie's acknowledgement of our code enforcement and PD and how they operate in this community and have for the last 20 years. I think we heard that from all of our nonprofit. There is a multitude of things with this amendment that the concept is there, extremely well intended. But it is without having a roadmap that our folks can follow, it makes it excruciatingly difficult. Because I can tell you right now, from a code enforcement perspective, we will always default that if there's any kind of hardship, we're not moving on it. Thus, the 91 complaints and 1 tow last year. It's so from a staff perspective, my preference would be that we define, at least have a legend of the multitude of things that are contained in here that require not just discretion, but we have to give our staff some opportunities to be able to follow some type of guidelines.
Okay, well, I heard that has to be an amendment from council, and since this is a new amendment, it needs a 2/3. Is that correct?
Tonight.
I'm sorry?
If you introduced it tonight, if you brought it back for the third reading, since we need a third reading, it could go the regular amendment process.
Oh. I guess I would propose to Councilmember McKenzie, given what City Manager Hoffman has said about the need that she feels for the staff to have these terms defined, does Councilmember McKenzie accept a friendly amendment to have this come back with those definitions?
Kendi, can you speak it for the record?
My thumbs up doesn't suffice.
Well, not for those listening at home.
What do I have to say? I agree. Yes. Yes.
All right, so Mayor Pro Tem Lim has proposed a friendly amendment to, I guess, table this one till third reading so we can further define the definitions and how this would be enforced. Does that sound okay to everybody? And second, I've agreed to, okay. So we're gonna table this till third reading and refine it. And then, correct me if I'm just winging it. Okay, good.
Can I ask a question on that?
Of course.
To clarify, we haven't voted on the amendments. We don't even know if there's support. Shouldn't that come after? Find out whether there's council support and then amend it, or then a friendly amendment that we're going to come back?
You table before the amendment, so there would be a motion to table, and that's what you would vote on. But if you do the ultimate vote, it's approving the amendment.
Right.
So what
Or
you,
another vote on the third.
right, motion to table this vote till the third, that's what council should vote on if they support this action, which seems like a good resolution.
Okay.
I was just wondering if I could ask a question first.
Oh, yeah, ask your question.
Real quickly, I just want to clarify. It says the city manager or designate may issue, not shall issue. So are we,
That language up again, please.
so I'm seeking clarification on what, maybe this is part of the friendly amendment and tabling, is to give more criteria for grounds to say no, which might speak to, I think his name was Scott on Courts Drive or whatever the street was, that kind of issue that we might, his concerns are serious and I would want these to be addressed. So maybe, yes, you may issue it if there are no violations of public health standards, et cetera, or something to that nature. That's a question for Attorney Rogers, or since you, I don't know if you
If
were.
it's a change you would like to see, then you'd have to talk to the amendment sponsor.
Amendment sponsor, would you like to take that on? Yeah.
I thought I was tabling this. I was tabling this to, that's what we just resolved. I
Okay,
was
so-
tabling this to bring this back with clear definitions of the terms and conditions in the
Okay,
amendment.
So then I guess I'm asking Councilmember McKenzie, if you would accept a friendly amendment that we define the criteria for issuing the green pass.
If we table this, then the amendment language can be worked on.
Okay, I'll just ask him nicely.
Diet.
Okay.
Let's just move to table. Well, I think we still have to vote on that.
So I move to table this amendment and it should be brought back. Do I need to specify how it should be brought back for third reading?
We were on, not how, but we were looking at some dates because we knew we had to do a third reading anyways, and we were thinking the 24th of March.
Okay, so I move to table this amendment until a date certain of March 24th.
310 is just, I mean, they're all long. We'll bring it back in March.
Okay, a date certain is fine.
Okay,
Okay.
okay.
And is there a second?
Is there a second?
Do you have something to say, Lori? I'm sorry, Councilmember Anderson?
Okay, I just had a quick question because I was thinking that this would be passing the amendment tonight with additional direction to clarify those areas that are vague. If we table this, then we're going to the third hearing and then we would not have to have another. We wouldn't, if we approve it, if we approve the amendment that night, wouldn't we have to have a fourth reading then?
Well, if it's been noticed already, right? So if it's not substantial, no, and it's up to council too to decide if by a 2/3 majority, if it's substantial or not to require an additional reading. But legislating on the dais is never advised. This language is going to need some time to be refined.
But just clarification from the attorney is if we're not even voting on it, it won't even be added in the next, or would it be added into the next hearing? The language would be there for us, or we'd be voting to add it? It would still be an amendment that we'd be considering on that third reading, which would require it would be substantive.
Because we know the language, we have the proposed language, we can include it in the staff memo. We could also potentially include it in the ordinance that we're going to publish with the agenda for that day.
Okay, so we're good. Okay, thank you.
And thank you for asking, because that's the reason we do third reading, is so the public can have notice of amendments.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lim to table, and a second, Councilmember Henkel.
Second.
Is there any discussion? All right, council, please vote on the amendment electronically to table. To table. Excellent. All council members have entered their vote, and that passes unanimously 9-0. That amendment is tabled. And back to you, Councilmember McKenzie.
First of all, thank you for the grit, endurance, and patience as we learn about this process here on the dais. I move to amend ordinance 2293 to mandate resources be shared prior to issuance of a notice of removal as stated more clearly on the screen. If a vehicle is in violation of this section, the city may provide a written notice of removal and notice to pay to the owner, responsible party or agent of the owner, manager, tenant, resident, lessee, renter, or occupant of such premises on which the vehicle is located that the vehicle will be towed in accordance with this section. Such notice shall state the date the notice is issued, the violation involved, a time limit of 7 days to remove the vehicle, explanation of costs and requirement to pay such costs, and be signed by the issuing officer. Prior to the issuance of a notice of removal to a vehicle exhibiting signs of habitation, the city shall provide the registered owner or occupant with a list of available community resources and contact information for Broomfield Human Services, which sounds like is already done. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. He's made a third motion for an amendment. Is there a second? Councilmember Ward.
Second.
Thank you. And we'll move to discussion. Keep it brief, please. Oh, no discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Lim.
It's my understanding that code enforcement already does this, but if Councilmember McKenzie feels that it provides clarity to provide this amendment, then I guess I'm considering it. Does code enforcement see this amendment as instructing staff to do anything different than it already does?
No, it does not.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion? Councilmember Henkel?
Really one sentence. I just glad that we're codifying it.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All right, council, please move forward with your vote on Amendment 3, mandating humanitarian outreach. All council members have entered their vote, and the results will be displayed on the screen, and that passes unanimously 9-0. So the amendments that passed are substantive. Council changed its rules effective April 30th, 2024 to require a full publication and third reading and public hearing if there are substantive amendments approved on second reading. Therefore, if council approves ordinance number 2293 as amended this evening, I ask staff to schedule it for a third reading. Sorry. I shouldn't have swallowed right then. Pardon me, y'all. Okay, we'll now return to the discussion, and my computer just crashed. Well, now, there we go. We'll now return to the discussion on the ordinance. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, we'll move forward to the vote on ordinance number 2293 as amended. Council, please cast your vote
Mayor, can I
electronically.
just say one, I'm sorry, took me a while to get the button pushed.
Uh-huh.
I'll be quick. I just wanted to say one comment I wanted to make about Councilmember McKenzie's Green Pass is that that's really in lieu of addressing the issues of the unhoused that are substantial, and what's being asked of us in terms of finding more parking spaces, not something that can be done through a parking ordinance and can't be done in a short matter of time. Locating, placing something of that nature is going to take extensive effort and extensive time. So I think the effort with Councilmember McKenzie and this council is saying that we hear you. We can't address all those concerns with this ordinance, but we will. And I think when we pass the Green Pass amendment, that will express to you that we're going to buy us some time and hopefully some grace to figure that out while fixing the other issues. That's it.
We'll move forward. 2293 as amended. Council, please cast your vote electronically. All council members have entered their vote, and the results will be displayed on the screen. That passes 9-0. Thank you all. Thank you all for hanging in there. Next, under action items this evening is the public hearing and council's consideration on second reading of an ordinance related to encroachments. I'll now declare the public hearing open.
Mr. Murray's going to continue down this path.
Thank you so much, Mr. Murray.
But this one should be easier, I think. All right.
Don't jinx it.
Second reading for proposed ordinance number 2283 regarding an amendment to chapter 1208 of the Broomfield Municipal Code relating to encroachments. Next slide. Chapter 12:8, encroachments first passed in 1991, and we have not amended this since. The current ordinance just lacks some clear definitions and modern standards. It brings us a little bit more in alignment with the 2023 landscape standards that we passed. Next slide. The purpose is to define what constitutes an encroachment and when that violates code, to improve safety and enforcement for pedestrians and motorists. It really is about public safety. We're talking about public sidewalks and public rights of way. We provide consistent vegetation clearance standards. That'd be 8 feet above sidewalks, 15 feet above public streets. Next slide. There has been public works impacts. They report increased damage from tree limbs and vegetation. And since 2020, they've had about 30 accidents involving over $10,000 in damage to our public works vehicles due to encroachments. It also can impede maintenance efficiency and increase project costs. Next slide. It would also protect that site distance triangle that we defined in our Broomfield standards and specifications. That area at intersections that allows drivers to be able to see oncoming traffic from one direction or the other. What it does is prevent people or prevent fences, shrubs, trees, things like that to be planted or grown excessively tall in that area. It also ensures drivers have unobstructed view at those intersections. Next slide. So some of the common complaints we get, again, unsafe sidewalks, obstructed visibilities, street signs getting obscured, line of sight hazards, damage to vehicles. And then as these limbs grow down and over sidewalks, it can obstruct the overhead lighting that keep these intersections and sidewalks safe. Thank you. I'm sorry. Next slide. Thank you. Again, comparison to other jurisdictions, we've reviewed Boulder, Commerce City, Lakewood, Longmont, Westminster. 3 of those 5 have specific clearance requirements. All of them, including our current ordinance, has abatement authority for these violations. Next slide. We would define, again, encroachments, those penalties, associated penalties and abatement process. It does add a 15% administrative fee to when we do an abatement. Those fees can be assessed as a lien until paid. And again, those are consistent with surveyed jurisdictions. Next slide. Again, abatement is authorized under the current code after 48 hours. So currently, if you don't correct your encroachment after 48 hours, this city has the authority to come in and remove that and assess any fees to the property owner. The proposed amendment extends this out to 7 days, which would be consistent with our current 7-day requirement under the weed and rubbish abatement requirements. Next slide. Again, we saw this in my last presentation. Same process. We will do that site inspection, issue a courtesy notice, notice of violation, and administrative citation, court summons, or abatement are our 3 options that we can do. Again, 99% of these violations are resolved at the notice of violation stage. And I do not recall us, since I've been here since 2019, of having to abate an encroachment violation. So next slide. Again, just some background on encroachment violations from year to year, ending with 250 of them in 2025. We've had 100% compliance during this period. We've not had to issue a summons or done completed an abatement. Next slide. In summary, updates provide that clarity and consistency, supports public safety and efficient maintenance, aligns with regional standards and existing Broomfield policies, and again, provides that clear expectation of residents. And I believe that's it.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Murray. We'll now proceed with public comments. If anyone would like to be heard on this item, please make your way to the podium.
Roxy Julel Lackmore. I'm all for this. I have one tree limb I have to do myself, and it's going to be hard to do. So it's going to cost me a lot of money to get that tree limb down. So here's the one other thing is I do a lot of traveling around the city, and I know a lot of the easements and stuff that the city has in their trees. I know they're out doing a lot of trimming right now, but they're still missing an awful lot. So if somebody turns the city in for not having their tree trimmed, what are they going to get? So that's just a question, because it's going to take me more than a couple of days to trim that limb, because it's getting cold right now. And I keep trimming it, but I can't get the big part down yet, but I'm still trying. So thank you. But what's the city going to do when somebody turns them in for a city tree?
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, next is questions from council. Members should limit themselves to questions during this portion. The time to introduce amendments and state positions for or against this item is later. Are there any questions? Mayor Pro Tem Lim.
Mr. Murray, could you please address Ms. Jewell's question?
Sure. That actually happens a lot. We do get complaints regularly of city-owned vegetation that is encroaching the right-of-way. We refer those right over to our Parks Department, and it's my understanding those usually get addressed pretty quickly. Or those can be reported directly to the Parks Department, and they will take care of those. Yeah, they have hands full, but they will address those.
All right, thank you. Any other questions from council? There being no further questions, the public hearing is closed. Next is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2283. Will the clerk please read the proposed ordinance by title?
7B, ordinance number 2283, amending chapter 12-08 of the Broomfield Municipal Code related to encroachments.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the ordinance on second and final reading in order published by title? Councilmember Delgadillo.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Ward.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? All right, seeing none, council, please cast your vote electronically. All council members have almost entered their vote. Stylus issues, it works, it does that. I know, it's okay. Everybody's voted, and that passes unanimously 9-0. Thank you all very much, and thank you so much, guys. Mr. Murray, PD, we really appreciate all your work on this. Thank you. Next, under action items is council's consideration on first reading of a proposed ordinance related to the model traffic code. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
This should be as smooth and quick as the last item. Is Mr. Hamilton gonna do the introduction?
Hello, Bryce Hamilton, traffic engineer. Most of this work was done by the police department, so I really just wanted to give a quick intro, mainly just to thank them for all their hard work sifting through this massive document of Colorado traffic code. So with that, I'll just turn right over to them. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Larry Otteson. I'm a traffic sergeant with the police department here. Can we start on the next slide, please? So we're here today to discuss adopting the 2024 model traffic code. Currently, Broomfield operates under the 2010 model traffic code, which was adopted in 2012 by council. Colorado law requires consistency of traffic regulations throughout the state. And this model traffic code helps local governments stay compliant with state law that the CDOT pushes out through a model traffic code. Municipalities often tailor CDOT's model traffic code to their own local and particular situation, and Broomfield has done this in the past and continue to do so as desired within the community. Along with adopting the 2024 model traffic code for Colorado, Ordinance 2297 includes updates regarding Broomfield specific provisions as well as local additions and amendments as further described below. Next slide, please. The key changes in the model traffic code in the 2024 model traffic code as compared to the 2010 model traffic code one is the automated vehicle identification system, or otherwise known as speed and red light cameras. This code provides the updates to regulate governing automated vehicle identification systems, addressing new vehicle technology and emerging enforcement methods. And it also provides provisions for speed cameras in construction zones with requirements for signage, public notification periods, and penalty limitations. The big change is in the low-speed electric vehicles and Class B electric vehicles. Obviously, these weren't around in 2010 on our last model traffic code. And this allows us to regulate low-speed electric vehicles, which are capable of traveling up to 45 miles per hour with specific road restrictions, equipment requirements. Also addresses automated driving systems. Obviously, we didn't have automated driving cars in 2010 either. So this basically states that the automated driving cars are held to the same standard as vehicles driven by humans. The last major thing is traction device requirements. That really doesn't impact us. That impacts the I-70 corridor. We're also proposing changes. Next slide, please. Also proposing changes to the traffic code as it relates to Chapter 10 of the Broomfield Municipal Code. One of these is to strike subsection 9 of the Model Traffic Code 1409, which will be deleted in its entirety, and subsections 1 through 8.5 are adopted without amendment as they appear in the Model Traffic Code. Insurance requirements and penalties will remain the same. But subsection 8.5 prohibits law enforcement officers from searching a phone when a driver uses their phone to present evidence of insurance. It also provides limited immunity or immunity to officers who accidentally damage this phone while looking at that insurance. We're also looking at parking restrictions. Currently, we were at a 20-foot parking restriction from a intersection or a crosswalk. We're asking to push this back to 30 feet. That coincides with the oversized vehicle. Vehicles keep getting larger and larger, and sight distance is limited at these intersections, causing potential for serious crashes to occur there. Next slide, please. Now, some traffic codes aren't addressed with a model traffic code, and we're asking to add some municipal charges. These charges that we're looking at is operating unregistered vehicles or unlicensed vehicles. It basically requires every vehicle that is operated and or parked in Broomfield to have a current registration. Driving under restraint prohibited. If a license is under restraint because somebody has too many violations or their license was revoked for a DUI conviction or anything like that, this could be charged into municipal court. Failing to avoid interfering with a vehicle ahead. So basically, when we have a rear end accident, the typical charge for that is a careless driving charge. This is a misdemeanor traffic offense. Currently, or in 2025, we had, I think, 357 careless driving offenses. We are on pace for approximately 500 this year. This basically gives officers a chance to, instead of misdemeanor violation, to charge them with a traffic infraction. It would still allow them their time in court, but it would not allow them a trial to a jury, just a trial to a judge. We're also looking at modifying the colliding with a parked vehicle prohibited. If the vehicle is illegally parked on a roadway and is struck by a vehicle, typically the charge now would be careless driving. Again, we are looking for this charge to replace that careless driving charge. Hit and run additions. Every person has a duty upon striking an unattended vehicle or other property to leave their driver's license information, their insurance information, and their registration information with that vehicle, or locate the owners of that property. Also, if somebody's involved in a crash that involves injury, they're required to provide medical aid to that party. And they're required to remain on scene until an officer is, or until they're told by an officer that they're free to leave. One of the things that allows if we adopt these municipal codes, it will allow our traffic crash investigator to also issue citations for these violations. We did employ a traffic investigator in 2025, and he handles the majority of all of our crashes that occur in Broomfield now. Next slide, please. So proposed action is to adopt ordinance 2297 and to amend chapter 10 of the Vehicles and Traffic of the Broomfield Municipal Code and adopt the 2024 Model Traffic Code for Colorado.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim.
We'll now proceed with public comments. If anyone would like to be heard on this item, please make your way to the podium. Oh, why not?
Roxy Julia Luckmore. So I just made a comment to him in the back, so I guess I better make a comment up here. I'm all for this, especially that 30 feet from an intersection in a commercial area. And they know where I'm talking about. And I just don't want to see nobody killed and no more damage done than what I've already seen. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, questions from council is next. Any questions from my colleagues? Mayor Pro Tem Lim.
Thank you for answering all my questions previously. So on the last question that I asked about, that was brought to my attention by the resident, you said you pointed to the scrivener's error and you would fix that. Okay. So there was one part of that you didn't address that still wasn't clear. So in the memo, it says, parking is restricted to 30 feet of an intersection or crosswalk. But then the code itself actually says within 30 feet of a crosswalk at an intersection. So which is it?
So not all intersections are marked with crosswalks. So if there is a crosswalk, it would be 30 feet from the crosswalk. If there's no crosswalk, it would be 30 feet from the intersection.
Yeah, so thank you for catching that discrepancy. So it should be within 30 feet of a crosswalk or intersection for the reason that Larry just mentioned, that there's not always a crosswalk at an intersection.
Okay, so the state code, okay, so you're saying you're going to change. The state code actually had within 20 feet of a crosswalk at an intersection. And and I thought we were only changing the distance, but now you're telling me we're changing the term at a crosswalk at an intersection to a crosswalk or an intersection? Is that what you're telling me?
That's what we would like to do, yes.
Okay. That's a scrivener's error? Can we have a?
Yeah, that was my intent. So that would be my mistake then for not catching that in the discrepancy between the ordinance and the memo.
Okay, because it changes the state code a little bit then. No, that's fine. Okay.
Does it need to be amended administratively or?
Oftentimes, especially when we have ordinances of this length, there are typos or mistakes. What I'm hearing from Mr. Hamilton is this was that error. The intention was, as he was saying, a crosswalk or an intersection
Yes, correct.
in that section 2, 1C.
Yeah. It's, yeah. 1204, 1202, 1204 2C is what in 1204 2C, then they amended the length, the 20 feet to 30 feet, and then they amended crosswalk at an intersection to crosswalk or an intersection, is what I understand.
That's what I'm hearing.
Okay. Okay, and then also the memo seemed to refer to the fact that it only applied to oversized vehicles, but my understanding of the placement of this in the state code is that it applies to all vehicles. What was your intention there?
Yep. So the state code currently uses 20 feet applied to all vehicles. So the intent was, sometimes there's confusion. We get questions. What is an oversized vehicle? Is my vehicle oversized? So we were just looking to eliminate that confusion. And then with the increase in vehicle size, there's more vehicles that fall under that category that maybe wasn't the original intent of that. So it was essentially cleaning that up and just using a uniform 30 feet for all vehicles.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Anderson.
Question. One of them is with the autonomous vehicles, and we have to follow the state's code. There are some oddities that are not there with regular. How do you pull over an autonomous vehicle? And we're just going to trust, I mean, I don't think we have a choice, but we trust the state on. Oh, and we just trust the state that they're going to cover these pieces that are going to become more obvious over time?
That's a good question. I pulled over a lot of vehicles, but I've never pulled over one without a driver. They are supposed to recognize our lights, our lighting system, and they are supposed to yield to the right, just like all other vehicles. And then they're supposed to open all the doors to indicate that they are driven by themselves.
Oh, wow. Okay. So we'll see over time how this goes.
Yes, to my recollection, there has not been one pulled over in Broomfield as of yet.
First. Okay. And then the other question I had was on the damage. If you get in an accident, there's any damage at all, or what if there was like an instance, this is the duty to, what was it, the state, you have to stay with the vehicle, but what if there's an accident and both vehicles drivers get out and they don't have like really high insurance and they decide that, comprehensive, and they decide that they would rather just not, they're both happy with it and they'd rather just go on their merry way. Is that still allowed? Or they
Yeah,
have to
anything
stay
that's under $1,000 is not required to be reported to the state or to local authorities.
Okay, so that would still be allowed.
Very, very, very minor for $1,000 nowadays on vehicles, but yes, that is a possibility.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you for the presentation. And I wanted to follow up quickly on Mayor Pro Tem Lim's comments about the crosswalk at an intersection. So just to get clarity around that of how it's going to play out, like in our neighborhoods, there are maybe main through streets and then all the offshoots going down side streets, that those seem to be intersections in my mind. I don't know if you would define them differently, but we frequently have cars parked on both sides. So I'm trying to understand if they're still going to be subject to that 30-foot requirement, because I would have a lot of violations in my neighborhood if that were the case.
Yeah, and I will say, first of all, yeah, you're definitely correct. When I drive around Broomfield, I see these violations all over the place just because a lot of people don't know about that. The 20-foot rule in the Colorado Traffic Code. And we're not in the practice of using no parking signs everywhere if we can avoid it. So yeah, I think that would be the first point, that there are plenty of violations. And it would apply to every intersection. So as long as there's sidewalks that are leading from, or like at an intersection, I guess, and they're like the sidewalk points you across the road, it's technically considered a crosswalk, even if there's not crosswalk bars. So at every like local intersection, there are technically crosswalks there by definition. So there's actually very few intersections that don't have crosswalks. The only locations would be like alleys that like don't have sidewalks on them leading across the road. So I think that would be most of the locations that we're talking about that this would apply to have crosswalks. I think that would be one, and it would apply to all of those locations.
Okay, thank you. I very much appreciate the clarification on that. I guess follow-up question, is it that we need to do a better job communicating? Maybe if there's a danger to having cars parked so closely to those intersections? Or should we be talking about 20 feet instead of 30 feet? If that difference is like there are going to be 100 violations on any given day versus 70.
Yeah, I think there's definitely like an education piece that we could be looking at. Right now we're doing it on more of a like complaint driven basis, which we do get those concerns quite often. But yeah, I do agree that some type of educational campaign like citywide would be beneficial.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm feeling sorry for the people who live at the corner of an intersection now, because that doesn't really leave them a lot of parking room near their house, their property.
Yeah, and that's definitely the case. And oftentimes when we do put up the no parking signs, we're not technically removing parking because they can't park there per the code, but that's definitely the perceived action. Yeah.
Do you feel like this being codified is too restrictive?
No, I don't think so. Because we do adopt the Colorado Model Traffic Code already. So it is in code already. So I think what we're doing is just clarifying that within the Broomfield Code, which might be easier and more accessible to our residents.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
All right, thank you. Any other questions from council? There being no further questions, we'll move forward. Next is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2297. Will the clerk please read the proposed ordinance by title?
7C ordinance number 2297, amending chapter 10 vehicles and traffic of the Broomfield Municipal Code and adopting the 2024 Model Traffic Code.
Thank you.
Colorado.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the ordinance on first reading in order published in full? Councilmember Ward.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Delgadillo.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? All right, council, please move forward and cast your vote electronically. All council members have entered their vote and the results are displayed. That passes 9-0. Thank you very much. Next, under action items is council's consideration on first reading of a proposed ordinance related to cost assessed in municipal court. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Good evening, Judge Bachman.
Evening.
Always nice to see you.
Well, you as well. Great. All right, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, staff. I'm Amy Bachman. I am the municipal court judge. This ordinance proposes two updates pertaining to the municipal court. First, to update the court cost and deferred judgment fees, which have remained unchanged since 2001. And second, to align the municipal court code with the charter amendments passed in 2024. So if you'll go to the next slide, please. So first, I'll address the request for council to consider an adjustment of the current court costs and fees. This is not a revenue-driven request. The goal is to help ensure that existing court costs remain aligned with the court's statutory responsibilities, operational mandates, and neighboring jurisdictions. Broomfield's municipal court costs currently stand at $20 and deferred judgment fees are $75. These fees have not been adjusted in more than 2 decades. During the same period, inflation, operational complexity, and statutory obligations affecting municipal courts have increased significantly. As a result, the real value of the court fee structure has declined substantially over time. Next slide, please.
As far as neighboring jurisdiction comparisons, a review of neighboring and similarly situated municipal courts demonstrates that Broomfield's current fees are well below comparable jurisdictions. Court costs in nearby jurisdictions generally range from $30 to $50, while deferred judgment fees typically range from approximately $100 to $280. So even with the proposed adjustments, Broomfield would remain at or near the low end of regional comparators. Next slide, please. Since 2001, the municipal court has been subject to several statutory and operational mandates that were not contemplated when the current fees were adopted. These include requirements for courtroom technology capable of broadcasting dockets live to the public and mandatory appointment of counsel in all in-custody cases at the municipal expense. The court, again, would emphasize that these are mandates that were imposed externally and not discretionary choices by the municipality. The court has also made public access and significant service improvements that enhance access to justice and public convenience. This includes ongoing technology upgrades to support online payments and modern case processing. Now, for many of those who receive a traffic citation, there is the ability to pay the citation online without appearing in person, allowing for a more efficient case resolution. So while these improvements benefit the public, they also carry ongoing technology, maintenance, and operational costs. Next slide, please. For council's consideration, the court proposes the following modest adjustments. Increase the general court cost from $20 to $40 and increase the deferred judgment fee from $75 to $100. These proposed amounts reflect a partial adjustment after more than 20 years without change and remain conservative when compared to neighboring jurisdictions. Next slide, please. So the second part of the proposed ordinance seeks to align the code with charter amendments from 2024. These charter changes permitted the presiding judge to hire associate judges as needed, subject to annual appropriations, and revise the grounds for removing municipal judges to reference the Colorado Code of Judicial Conduct. Specifically, the ordinance adds the term presiding to judge to clearly distinguish the duties of the presiding judge from those of associate judges, amends the language regarding the presiding judge's pay from salaries to compensation to acknowledge that the pay as determined by council includes benefits in addition to salary, and updates the code's removal provision to match the amended charter, stating that an associate judge can be removed by the presiding judge. Lastly, the proposed ordinance modifies the current code provisions regarding court sessions on city holidays. The existing code prohibits court sessions on these holidays. However, this creates a conflict with statutory obligations such as the 48-hour bond hearing requirement, which may need to take place on a city holiday or even on weekends. The current provision does not address the transaction of judicial business on holidays. So the proposed amendment addresses this by allowing for court sessions and judicial business to be held on city holidays when required by statute and state law.
That's it, Judge Bachman? Okay, well, thank you very much. We'll proceed with public comments first, if anyone would like to be heard. We still believe in a public process here in the city and county of Broomfield. Next is council questions. Any questions from council? All right, then I guess we'll go. Oh, okay. Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you. Just a quick question. Is there, or do other courts index these fees so they're adjusted to inflation, or is it just incumbent upon you to come back and ask when you need it? In other words, do we need to wait till 2050 to do this again, or is there another process?
That's excellent question. And as far as I know, courts currently, at least local courts, don't do that, but there has been discussions among several of the municipal court judges to address just that so that you don't have to keep coming back and make those adjustments.
Maybe more to come. We'll see you again. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown.
I appreciate the presentation, Judge Bachman. I guess along the lines of kind of the fee structure and what our surrounding municipalities are doing, I was curious, I think the fee structure being double in one case, it has the potential to disproportionately affect some of our most vulnerable people. I'm curious if there are models where there are tiered structures or anything that gives those who maybe can't pay the whole fee some other options, if you found in your research.
So currently, the court has the discretion to waive court costs and fees, and I do that when I make a determination that someone's indigent. In fact, I do that regularly.
Fantastic. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
That's it. Any other questions? All right. Next is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2292. Will the clerk please read the proposed ordinance by title?
7D ordinance number 2292, updating chapter 2-28 of the Broomfield Municipal Code and making amendments relating to cost assessed in municipal court.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the ordinance on first reading and order published in full? Councilmember Henkel.
So moved.
Is there a second? Councilmember McKenzie. Second, just say second.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? No, right. Seeing none, council, please move forward and cast your vote electronically. All council members have entered their vote and the results will be displayed on the screen. That passes unanimously 9-0. Thank you so much, Judge Bachman. Sorry about the late night. All right, the final item under action items is council's consideration on first reading of a proposed ordinance related to discrimination in housing, employment, and public accommodations within Broomfield. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize. Ms. Rogers.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem and Council, Nancy Rogers, the City and County Attorney. Next slide. This proposed ordinance 2296 was started with a request for future action by the mayor that we look at a local discrimination ordinance, which would prohibit discrimination in 3 areas within the jurisdictional boundaries of Broomfield: housing, employment, and public accommodation. The discrimination would be prohibited where it is, discrimination would be prohibited when it is based on race, creed, color, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, genetic characteristics, marital status, religion, religious expression, national origin, ancestry, immigration status, unless required by law, disability, source of income, and veteran status. I will say that that list is pretty much identical to the state, almost identical to the federal government, with the exception of veteran status. And for council who was here as part of the study session, we did talk about how veteran status isn't something necessarily in our traditional discrimination ordinances. Council instructed that you would want it in ours. In housing, there's also custody of a minor child and parenthood and pregnancy, where you can have discrimination based on those categories. And in employment, it's age, which is over 40, my goodness, over 40, which is consistent with state and federal law. Next slide. So similar to our state and federal laws, this ordinance would also prohibit retaliation and interference with someone who is exercising their rights or meeting their obligations under this ordinances. So that would extend to the reporting individuals, witnesses, the investigators that we have involved. And similar to state and federal law in that it recognizes that religious organizations or institutions are permitted to have certain restrictions that tie to religious preference. And the reason we do this is because of the religious freedom protections that we have in the US and in the Colorado Constitution. For actionable disability discrimination, also similar to state and federal laws, individuals have to be qualified for the job that they are seeking or getting promoted to, or being disabled or being disciplined in, with or without an accommodation to actually have that claim. Next slide. The time period for filing claims on this local ordinance would be 1 year for housing, 180 days for employment, which is same as federal but less than state, 60 days for public accommodation, same as state, and 60 days for retaliation and obstruction, which generally is the same, but it really depends on if you're looking at Department of Justice, if you're looking at HUD, if you're looking at the EEOC. So it depends on the agency. So the process, next slide. The process in Broomfield would have certain restrictions and guideposts. We looked at other cities that have similar ordinances, and one of the pieces of input we got from Boulder was that not using this ordinance if you have a complaint pending elsewhere, because filing a complaint in Broomfield doesn't stay or stop the clock on your timeline to file with the state or federal government. So if an individual is already seeking relief with the state or the federal government, we would ask that they stay on that path and not file in Broomfield. So if you have a complaint somewhere else, we're not going to take your complaint here. Also, because Broomfield is handling the enforcement, complaints accepted against Broomfield, for example, somebody wanted to file a complaint against one of our offices, we would direct them to what they currently have today, which is state, federal, or maybe a private right of action. This would be handled in Broomfield by a third-party investigator and hearing officer. And this is a model that we discussed during study session and was directed by council to do the third-party model. In drafting this, we noticed that there was really two roles here. We needed somebody to receive the complaint, investigate it, work with the parties, see if they can get to early resolution. If that wasn't possible, then it escalates to a hearing officer. Both the investigator and hearing officer would be hired through an RFQ process, and the budget would be capped total at $50,000, which is the number we discussed during the study session. And I just want to talk about, next slide, that process again. So if someone would submit a complaint, it would be sent to CCOB, and then we would forward it to that third-party investigator. That investigator would do a review of the complaint, maybe gather more information. They'd work on calling the parties and say, look, I got this complaint about your business. Would you be willing to sit down? And maybe have an opportunity to sit down and end the complaint at an early resolution stage. The next level of that is called conciliation, where still trying to get the parties together, but it feels more like a mediation. The complainant wants this. What do you think of this? Okay, can I come to an agreement? I'll go back to them and ask. It's a little more of a mediated resolution. If that doesn't work to the complainant's satisfaction, or if the investigator, despite their efforts, is not able to come to resolution between either party, it can get appealed to the hearing officer. And the hearing officer in a conference room, it's not done in a courtroom, would hear both sides of the story from witnesses, maybe gather information that they think is pertinent to the case, and they would issue a decision. It might be reinstatement of employee, or mandating that a tenant be allowed to stay in a lease relationship, or potentially a fine. They have a lot of ability to issue appropriate remedies given the situation. And then that decision can be appealed to district court under the Rule 106 procedure, which is what our residents can do on any administrative decision, from land use to licensing decisions to something like this. Next slide. The ordinance is written so that there would be a mandated review within 18 months. One of the things we know about this ordinance is we don't know what the numbers will vet out. We're not even sure. We have no access to Broomfield specific complaints. I have some numbers, but nothing that we can really that would really indicate how many complaints we're going to see. So in that 18-month timeframe, we'll be able to get data points from you through our investigator and hearing officer, and also talk about what happened in some of the cases without disclosing information that we shouldn't. And then just talk also about needed changes that might be made to the ordinance. We could also discuss at that time, or council can also discuss at the time, the establishment of a board or commission focused on human rights or these issues of inclusion and diversity. We had talked about that during the study session, and there seemed to be a lot of interest in getting some more data point, getting some more information that could help drive the scope and the charge for that board if council were inclined to impanel it. The proposed effective date of this ordinance, if approved by council, would be June 1st, which gives us sufficient time to get out that RFQ and select the investigator and the hearing officer. And James, if you want to shift to slide 10, I can end that there. In the slide deck, there are some stats from the federal and state government on complaints that were filed in Colorado in 2024. The Mayor, I'm here for any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rogers. We'll start with public comment. If anyone would like to be heard on this item, now is the time. All right, questions from council are next. Any questions from my colleagues? Well, that didn't take too long. I put in this request for future action in November of 2024. It's nice to have that come full circle. All right, well then, seeing no questions from council, will the clerk please read the proposed ordinance by title?
7E ordinance number 2296, amending the municipal code to prohibit discrimination in housing, employment, and public accommodations within Broomfield.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the ordinance on first reading in order published in full? Councilmember Ward.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Twist. I'm sorry, I was trying to give her some airtime.
Second.
Thank you so much. Is there any discussion? All right, no discussion. We'll move forward to the vote on ordinance number 2296. Council, please cast your vote electronically. Thank you. All council members have entered their vote, and that passes unanimously 9-0. Thank you so much. There are no mayor or council member requests for future action this evening. Is there any other business to come before the council from my colleagues or staff? Seeing none, the business meeting is adjourned. Good night.